Craig, any
I'm on the phone with her right now, so we're getting there.
do you think we're going to be able to overcome this, or?
Worst case, she'll call in and we'll move the phone over.
Hold on, Mike. She's on the phone. If we can allow her to speak through. Oh, hold on a second. I'll text you the. I'll text Mike. Yeah, go ahead.
She has to do star
6.
Right. Do star.
Craig, can you move her in?
I see her. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still going to try and get it on the other, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Leslie, can you hear us, right? You can hear us?
Yes, I can, Mike. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to start out with a few comments. This meeting is the first time we've ever done decision day in this format, and decision day for the BET usually has a fair amount of document moving around and even some calculations on a spreadsheet towards the end, and it's a little cumbersome doing it this way. We're going to try our best. I think our goal here today is to recommend a level of spending for the town to send to the RTM for the RTM to make a decision on what they think is, in their judgment, the best for the town going forward. Today, on our panelist screen, we have our IT department who, without our IT department, we all know we would not be in a position to even contemplate moving a budget. They've brought us leaps and bounds ahead of what I can remember from 6 weeks ago. So our thanks go out to them, Greg Jones, Jenny Larkin, and then the whole town IT department through this. Today, I'm going to ask our BET members. Everybody's mic is at their control. I'm going to ask us to use hands when we have an item where several people like to speak, and then we'll just go down in the order of the hands, the blue hand that goes up, and we'll lower those hands when you're done. In our normal decorum, we try to let everybody speak once before other people speak. I've always said decision day is not a debate day. Decision day is a day to make choices and votes. And in many cases, people want to have on the record why they want to vote, if it's not already clearly defined in their motion that's been submitted. So I'm going to ask for patience. We will take breaks, and Craig will tell us how we do that if we would like to take a break. I've never done that in one of these meetings yet, but I'm sure if we decide we want to take a break, anytime you need a break, say that. I know on the late show tonight, there's a guest I want to see at 11:30 tonight, so I want to see if we could finish by then, and be able to watch that. So I will just say we're going to try this. I've sent out a document. It's not really an agenda. It's just the order. And I want to give you some background, and I think I'll be asking Mr. Raymer for a motion. But the idea today is, in our normal fashion, we would take what Roland would create for us. He would call it the voting document. And it's laid out accordingly. It has operating and fixed charges, capital, means of financing, our special funds, golf, railroad, retire, etc. We get into budget conditions, budget resolutions, which I know Roland or Peter have one for us. I know we have the ones from the law committee. We'll get into those. I tend to like at that point in time to do a review. And if you read the document I sent called a revisit, okay, I think that's where a lot of times we sometimes make some tweaks as we're doing things, whether it's use of fund balance, even though we were going to address that earlier. But at any time, the challenges I saw with this meeting and my concern was always with the document sharing and going back. And we follow Robert's rules as a
Mike,
rule of, yes.
We seem to have lost Leslie Tarkington.
Okay.
And the other thing is that I know that everybody's raring to go, but we also did not do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm so sorry. Let me finish this, and I will get to the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you again for your help. My goal, as clearly stated in the several times that we've talked about it as a full BET, how to conduct our public hearing and our meeting, my goal is to always has been to look to sort of suspend the rules. We all know under the governor's directive, we have been given some added leniencies, and we've exceeded that whenever possible. An example might be our public hearing. We ran a public hearing, even though we were only required to do a write-in public hearing, but we decided it was better for the community to exceed that. So in our normal fashion, in our workshop, I think we ran a very relaxed meeting, an opportunity for everyone to share ideas ahead of time rather than what we would normally do is just show up at our decision day and there'd be a bunch of motions, raise this, add this, move this, condition that. So at any time, I'm going to allow a revisit. I don't know if that's the proper term, and some of you may want to correct that, in order to, no matter where you came out on a vote on a motion, because I think what I saw the other day, and I want to compliment some of our members. What I saw the other day is at the end of the day, after we had all shared ideas, we really were focusing at the end on balancing of some revenues, some fund balance, and maybe an operating budget change or two. We left the workshop the other day, all of us with the notion of, well, we've shared ideas. Can we come up with better ideas, or can we add to the ideas? Can we work towards a compromise? And I haven't, we'll see some of that today, I hope. Certainly on capital, I appreciate everybody's efforts. So before I call for Mr. Raymer to make a motion, I would like to call a meeting officially to order with a salute to the flag, and I'm sorry I missed that. Craig? Oh, there it is. I pledge allegiance
to the flag,
to the flag of the United States
The United States of America,
Which it stands.
for which it stands,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
For all.
Good thing we're not on a choir together.
Yeah. Thank you. First time using an external mic, it just pulled out. So we'll fix that. Okay. Getting off to business. Again, if you're not clear of what's before us, just please let me know. And we want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing. But at this time, I'd like to call Mr. Raymer.
Thank you, Mike. We have received from the Republican caucus 3 motions. One relates to operating, one relates to revenue, sources of funds, and one relates to capital. And those motions amalgamate various items in the budget into single motions. And I had expressed to the chair earlier on that this was a source of objection of concern to me, that historically, although we're on a different format now than the way in which we deal with budgets year to year, but historically we always dealt with items on the budget one by one. So I note to the chair, if I may, that under Robert's Rules, Section 27, any single member has the...
Jeff, could I interrupt you? And could you put your motion on the floor before you explain what's going on? Because there is no motion on the floor and there is no second at this point.
The motion on the floor is as follows. It's a motion to suspend the rules, and the motion has 3 components to it. First, that we'll entertain the composite motions that have been put forward by the Republican caucus, but any member can return to the composite motion and move for reconsideration of any single item or group of items that's within that. For a separate discussion and a separate vote. There's no requirement that he or she was among the prevailing voters when he or she makes that motion for reconsideration, and no second should be required to trigger that reconsideration, given that that individual member had an individual right to object to a composite motion without a second. That's my motion. It's a motion to suspend the rules. This motion to suspend the rules requires 2/3 vote. It's not amendable and it's not debatable. I would ask that the body act on that motion.
I second the motion.
If I may, a question on your motion. Your intent is to limit that privilege only to those three amendments, because my original intention was to have that limitation not just be on those three motion, on any motion any member makes. I'm being a little more generous in my thinking. I don't want it just to be limited to those three motions. May I ask you to reconsider and have it to all motions?
I would gladly accept that change.
Ms. Crumick, your second?
I concur.
Okay.
I
So,
I asked that the chair move the question.
okay. So,
Please state your names before you make the motions for the record.
Beth Crumick, I second that motion.
And Jeff Raymer had made the motion.
so I'm going to call on Mr. Drake. Where's Mr. Drake? I'm going to call on Mr. Drake for a roll call vote on the Raymer motion as amended by Mr. Raymer. So we're clear. And this needs 2/3 votes to pass.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Here goes. Miss Cruiser,
Yes.
Miss Hess, Deborah, unmute yourself.
Sorry, I had, yes, sorry about that.
All good. Miss Crumick,
Beth Crumick, yes.
Miss Moriarty,
Yes.
Miss Tarkington,
Tarkington, yes.
Mason,
Mason, yes.
I'm a yes. Miss Vasiliotis,
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Mr. Deuce, yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Miss Erickson.
Yes.
That was 12-0.
That motion carries. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad Mr. Raymer had faith in that, what my intentions were. Okay, that brings us to the operating with fixed charges. Let me explain what the intent is here so we're all clear. Typically, we would move each department from general government right on through, state the dollar amount. I'm going to share, let me think about this here. Let me do this. Let me make this simple. Just give me a second. Let me just make this simple real quick here. So I'm going to hit my screen share button here. Okay, so in normal fashion, the clerk of the board would call out all of these items instead of going back and forth, and the clerk's got several votes to go today. I will move items. It's not typical for the chair to do that, but again, we're living in a modified world. This column right here, your 2021 recommended budget, beginning in General Government 101 Representative Town Meeting. I move the following from 101 General Government through fixed charges, line 999. I move $163,098,768.
Second.
That motion has been seconded. Discussion.
Tarkington seconded, just,
Second.
sorry.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is Leslie Moriarty. I just, typically we start with a motion to approve the recommended budget as approved by the Budget Committee, and then the rest of the meeting are motions. Are we handling this differently today?
I'm moving what has come from us from the Budget Committee. You are correct.
But you're moving it in sections, not the entire budget. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. If, again, I would go back to the document. We're going to do operating, then we'll go to capital, because we have different motions in different areas, and we're going to go to means of financing, special funds, conditions, etc. So for everybody who needs to see this, now I'm going to stop sharing screen because I believe Mr. Geiger has a screen he would like to share to entertain motions on these items. Are you ready, Roland? Are you ready, Roland?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, I know we have one motion initially. Okay. So Roland, you're going to have to scroll that so we can see the top a little bit. Okay. So we have a motion before us. Everybody's rolling Sherry's screen. This is a motion to, in essence, make what you see in the change column for the general fund and the other funds at fixed charges to represent a reduction of 5.923, 265 for the operating departments. This motion is based on an omnibus motion. And as we have all agreed, we're not modifying this. We can vote motions up or down. We can revisit them, or we can have additional motions to amend any one part. So I would like to move this resolution. I have a second.
Vasiliotis will second. Can I also just remind the public that this is not a public hearing? I noticed that a number of participants are raising their hands to ask to speak. This is a decision day. The public hearing was held last week. So those that are raising hands will not be recognized and will not be able to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasiliotis. Okay, so we have a motion and it's been seconded. Discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Leslie Moriarty. I'm not sure I see where we can raise our hand when we're sharing screens, so maybe our tech advisors could tell us where that is. But
click on your participants button and it'll pop up over the screen share.
got it. Thank you. This motion has been moved and seconded. Again, informally, I'd like to ask the proponents of this motion to explain the rationale behind the numbers before we get into a further discussion.
Okay, Roland, would you scroll up, please? I think that's been included and everybody's had that submitted. But if you'd like, I could read it. Everybody has it.
Okay, so essentially the proposal is to roll everything back to fiscal 20. I want to make a point that the BET, both in developing its budget guidelines as well as in the meetings that we've held in January and February into the decision day in March, certainly got a lot of information about specific challenges and opportunities within each department. We made judgments at that time about the relative need for budget increases, and we didn't treat all departments the same. Going into the budget guidelines, we already knew that the challenges for the Board of Education, given their teacher contracts, was greater than the contract sitting on many other departments, and we had a higher than expected increase, or higher increase in the Board of Ed than we would budget for the town departments. That observation carried through into our budget committee meetings and the decision day, where we do have a higher increase for the Board of Ed percentage-wise than we do for the town departments. By taking a blunt approach, by moving every department back to fiscal 20, you are negating all the work that we've done, and we are sending messages to managers that they need to live with not just a little bit less than they had before, but significantly less than they had before. I think this methodology doesn't do the BET justice, and I would say that we have a better way of handling this.
Thank you. Who else had, Mr. Raymer had raised his hand?
It was, I'll come back to this item, but it was a question. We received from the Republican caucus at the workshop a copy of this motion, but at that time, I just want to be sure if I see this correctly. I believe the only difference between what you're presenting now and what you presented to us at the workshop is the very first item, and that's a cut of $37,389 from human resources. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. I'll answer that if you'd like. Thank you very much. Yes, that was an oversight in the thought, and I thank you for catching that. And I'm not sure if Ms. Moriarty is going to have a slight question on DPW too. There's a, and by the way, the answer to that might have to come from Roland, but no, thank you, Mr. Reader. You are correct.
Are there any other changes other than what you just alluded to?
No, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask that question. I'll comment later.
Okay, let me see who else has their hand up here. I had Mr. Raymer's hand up. Oh, I see. Further discussion on the motion. Ms. Moriarty had her hand up again.
Yes, thank you. This is Leslie Moriarty. You identified a discrepancy or an issue with DPW, and you will find that we do have a motion to restore funds in that account. The discrepancy has to do with the waste handling. And I think going into this meeting, we should be clear that the budget that was given to us included assumptions in both operating expenses as well as revenue for the tipping fees. The budget committee approved the budget with those same assumptions in there. The impact on the town budget for tipping fees, did I say tipping fees? I meant pay-as-you-go. The impact on the budget for pay-as-you-go versus tipping fees is about the same 3.5 million reduction in the expenses to the town because of a policy shift that's being proposed to move those expenses onto haulers or residents. In treating this budget, I think we do want to make it clear that, that as far as I'm concerned in looking at this, I would approve a budget that continues to show a net bottom line difference of 3.5 million in a reduction in town expenses for either one of those policies. If the RTM does not act to approve an ordinance for either of those, then the BET may want to consider raising taxes to cover that 3.5 when we set the mill rate. However, for the purpose of today, I think we do assume that that 3.5 million is not included in the town's budget. However, the difference between tipping fees and pay-as-you-throw does have a difference in operating expenses versus revenues. And that's what we see in the DPW line. The DPW line shows a 500,000 decrease because when you roll it back to fiscal 20, because it's not including the revenue, the expenses for waste handling that we anticipate. So you will be getting a motion from one of the members to restore some of the DPW number to take out the impacts of the waste handling policy.
And when we get to that motion, I'll be gladly accept it. I think, if I may, I leave this to you, Ms. Moriarty. I had run that question by Roland, and to see the difference. This may be a better place to see that. Roland, would you want to explain that now, or would you like to do it when there's a motion?
I can do that now. It was put into highway just simply because that's the total reduction for all of DPW, and highway has the largest budget, with the understanding that all these reductions were made to the 100 accounts, and that DPW can move the money across all of their divisions. So that's why we just put it into the one place.
So I guess the question is with the intent, is this mathematics okay, or do we need to adopt the motion as Ms. Moriarty is describing that's coming? Our goal hasn't changed, but the question is which mathematics is the proper mathematics to be in the budget? That's the question.
We can share a chart. I'll send it to Roland, which shows the different financial assumptions versus tipping fees, pay-as-you-throw versus.
I understand that. I understand
so it does affect expenses, and we should consider that.
Because I believe that what the budget committee recommended was the expenses with all of that. However, when you revert back to fiscal 20, actually DPW in the cost of municipal solid waste actually bumps back up to what it is now rather than the reduction, because I think the original budget was built up with the pay-as-you-throw concept of reducing the cost of the municipal solid waste. And on the revenue side, I think we've all come to agreement that the revenue is an estimate, first of all, and we had planned to leave that there accordingly. So again, we're going to revisit this when a motion comes up, but I just want to be clear. I understand what you're saying, but I think we got it right. So I see Ms. Erickson.
Can I speak because I can't raise my hand? I'm sorry, Mike.
Ms. Erickson's first, and I will come back to
Okay,
her.
thank you. Sorry.
Good morning. I just want to be sure I understand the process. I am the drafter of the motion to restore a portion of this proposed cut. So would you just please let me know when the appropriate time is to make that motion?
I've called on Mr. Geiger to try to explain it. I think when we get the motion in front of us, we're going to have that conversation now. I
need to apologize to Roland publicly. Sorry, Mike, for interrupting, but I did send him a total of 7 operating motions from the Democratic Caucus last night at 8:55. So Roland, you have those? I know we've all been getting an awful lot of emails, so if you need me to send them again.
I sent them all out to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Crumick?
Sorry. Yes, I just want to be careful that we know when we're supposed to put forward the proposed amendments. And I have to tell you, I'm not clear right at this moment. I'm looking at the sheet that's on the screen, and there are several items which at some point I'm going to put an amendment, a proposed amendment in for, but I'm not sure whether you want them now or you're going to wait until later. So I'm just asking for guidance, Mr. Mason.
We have a motion before us, and we're just clarifying some of the questions that we've heard on the motion on the dollar amounts. When this motion is dispensed of, we will continue to any motion that has in our general government fixed charges. Further discussion. I'll leave everybody with a comment. There was a point in time in the town of Greenwich where we weren't sure we were going to be able to recommend a budget to the RTM, and obviously there's some pretty rough provisions in the charter that are very clear, though, on what happens. This motion is a reduction in operating expenses for the obvious reasons, based off of anticipated revenue reductions and future impacts to this budget and coming up and future budgets. This is simply a reduction of the growth of the operating budget. And as I've always said, in the way the BET has been very successful over many, many years, is the ability to always reconsider items, watch the trends going. The real question going forward is, and you're going to hear it, I think there's a motion coming up to amend this after this item is passed, and you'll hear a conversation there. So I would hope you would support this and move on. And there may be motions that do change this, but as a starting platform, in the conversations I've heard in the workshop, I can think of it maybe 2 exceptions in this, but other than that, I think there was a fairly strong agreement on that. Further discussion? If not,
Mike, you promised that I could come back.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, when the budget was recommended by the BET Budget Committee, we were in different economic times. No one anticipated the pandemic or the shutdown of our economy. This is indeed a different budget than the one that was proposed by the Budget Committee, and one that reflects our economic times currently that we find ourselves in, and likely in the near future in the year ahead.
Okay. Mr. Drake, roll call vote on this motion, please.
Well, sorry, my hand is up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reber. I thought you had forgotten to take it down after you spoke.
Oh, no, I said before that that I would speak further on this item.
Okay. All right, Mr. Reber.
I'm looking for the moment at which one is supposed to address remarks generally to the broad motion being made. I recognize that both yourself and Ms. Vasiliotis and Ms. Moriarty have spoken broadly, so maybe this is the moment at which I should comment.
Please.
All right, so a generalized comment to what I feel like is before us. Let's take a moment, first of all, to understand exactly where we are. In the current year, for what relevance the current year has, because we're in the midst of this coronavirus, 75% of the way through the year, we had already derived 98.2% of our revenues. We were running well ahead of the game on revenues. We were told by the controller that our expenses were running about 1% under budget. We are projected, according to the controller, to see a fund balance at the end of the current fiscal year on June 30th of about $63 million. That's about 14% of the upcoming budget, well above our policy of between 5 and 10%. So as a municipality, the town is doing just fine. The concern here is for its citizens. We maintain an amenity level in this town that makes this a place where we want to live. And I think particularly in these days of Corona, I think it's important that we maintain these amenity levels, not allow maintenance of our facilities or the character of the services that we provide to fall. As a general matter, we as a town have maintained services that were second to none. And we have a mill rate, which is the envy of our neighbors. We have suggested, we as the Democratic caucus have suggested a budget that produces a 0 mill rate percent rise. That's considerably less than what the budget committee had proposed before Corona at a still then very modest 1.46% rise. The proposal made by our Republican colleagues at the workshop called for a reduction of, I should say it differently, a mill rate rise, which is 2/3% less than the mill rate in the year that we're in right now. That's not a huge amount of difference, but the provocation of it was that it was based upon more than $3 million reduction from the budget committee, the proposed budget for schools. The Democratic caucus had held out an olive branch of a $700,000 reduction, which was apparently not accepted. It strips away the cash available to the school board to try and deal with the considerable difficulties in special ed. And we think that's ill-advised. If you take a look at the typical household in Greenwich, the median house has a market value of a little bit under $2 million. A $2 million residence at the mill rate that was proposed in the proposal from the Republican caucus at the workshop would produce annual taxes of $16,246. The same house at the 0% rise that was being proposed by the Democrats produces $16,355. It's a difference of $109 or $55 per semi-annual payment. It's not a lot of difference to the homeowner, even in a setting in which the assault on him with or her with Corona. Looking forward to the new year, we pointed out that the calculation made by our Republican colleagues calculated based upon a wrong grand list. And had the calculation been done with a correct grand list, it would have produced more than $3 million worth of projected revenue, which is an amount that more or less is the same as the cut that they were proposing from the school's budget recommended by the budget committee. It also made an assumption, the Republican calculation made an assumption that we would be receiving zero from the state and federal government. I think conservatism in budgeting is good, but in candor, zero is unduly pessimistic. In the year just completed, fiscal year 19, we received $5.5 million of those funds. And in the year that we're only partially through, 3/4 of the way through, we've already received $2.3 million. The budget committee had conservatively said that we should project to be receiving $1.6 million, but that was before COVID. We're recommending to you that you calculate, that you anticipate that the revenue would be at least $1 million, not zero. Far less than the $5.5 million received in the past year, far less than the 2.3 that we've already received in this year. Thirdly, we have this whopping fund balance. It's a rainy day fund. Candidly, it's raining. We're carrying a 14% fund balance, well in excess of our policy of between 5 and 10%. If we can't use a little fund balance to assist our homeowners in their tax burden at a moment like this with the coronavirus, then I don't know exactly what we're carrying the rainy day fund for. Maybe we've just been overtaxing our citizens for no purpose. We've received by emails a flood of criticism to the proposal being put forward by our Republican colleagues. You've received it from the defenders of the school system. You've received it from special ed families. You've received it from people who are crying out for there to be wholesome food service at the schools using not disposables, but stainless steel ware. That's our community, and that's the community that we should be responsive to. And I feel like the proposal that's before us goes well beyond the responsiveness to the needs of the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Are there any other hands up? So, again,
David Weisbrod has his hand up.
I don't see that. Mr. Weisbrod.
Can you hear me?
I can, sir. Yes. Now I see your hand. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. No, I'm not going to speak at length at this point. I will speak when it comes to the amendment that's going to be presented on the school matter. I have some specific thoughts which I would like to present at that time. For now, I simply want to say I am a no vote on this, chiefly because of the extraordinary and damaging cut that's being proposed to the schools. There's a reason we have hundreds of emails in our inboxes, and they need to be addressed, listened to, and incorporated in our deliberations. I will have more to say later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer, your hand's up again.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I guess I'm having difficulty with the equipment. I tried to lower it. Maybe I put it up again inadvertently. Is it down now?
Yes, I did it.
Oh, well, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I ask everybody to. Are there any other co-hosts that can't raise their hand? Okay. I would like to say, before I call for the vote, we hear all the comments. We all know that this is a plan based off anticipated revenues. As you know, at the workshop, a full plan was embarked on. A talk of reducing expenses to offset an anticipated loss in revenues. Nothing different than what the town had to do in a slightly different fashion, where back then we did layoffs and we did staff removal back in 2008, 9, and 10. We're not recommending that here. We also have a balanced plan to address capital. We have some agreement on the BET on that. That in order to address not only this budget, but to set us up for a lower debt service in the future years in case we have exorbitant increases in things like our pension fund and healthcare, which we've seen before. Nothing new, nothing that we haven't seen in the prior economic meltdown. We talk about fund balance. Both proposals or both sets of ideas from both caucuses, both use more than 10% of the unrestricted fund balance in their calculations on how to deal with this epidemic, this economy, and the hits that are going to it. And I do see all the letters, and I do care about that. I've seen us attacked as not having involvement in the schools. I see that. All of us are either parents, grandparents, business owners, successful. I'm sure we're pretty invested in the community. But the issue is the idea behind all of this, and that's why I sent you that memo, was to put together a complete plan, not just a reduction in revenues or operating. It was to create a balanced plan. And as we said the other day in the workshop, I'll quote Mr. Weisbrod, we're really not that far apart, but can we do something to come up with a common idea? I did see this morning, beginning at 8 o'clock, some of the amendments that were coming in to look at things. Fortunately, those I haven't had any time to digest. But I just want to say that I think from a taxpayer point of view, there's nothing in any of this, and I'll say this, and I'll hear this from many colleagues. Everything we're doing here, we still have a reserve, if need be, to go back. And Ms. Moriarty will say, well, why don't you just put that in there now, and if they don't need it? I want to leave everybody a little question. The Board of Ed recently, and I'm complimenting the Board of Ed, by the way. I think the Board of Ed is in the best hands it's been in a long time, and we know we've seen a lot of turnover. The Board of Ed recently needed an interim appropriation. As we all know, it was for stanchions at the stadium that they're renting. It was for some of the cleanup, which, by the way, we now have an application to get the Board of Ed reimbursed for that, so they'll have those funds back, and for their out-of-district tuition. The BET would not give them that interim appropriation, which I'll give you the votes from our committees. The BET said, no, we don't want to give you that interim appropriation until we understand what's happening in the current budget, nothing to do with next budget, with your revenues and expenses. The busing contract comes to mind, and some of the part-time staff comes to mind. The RTM, although they couldn't officially take the item up at the full RTM, all of their committees also decided, we don't want to approve that interim appropriation for the Board of Ed. We don't want to approve it. We want to wait and see if they get the money to cover it. I'm going to say I agree with Ms. Moriarty on this. I would have approved that interim appropriation. I understand postponing it. The BET at least only postponed it for 30 days, keeping the Board of Ed's application before us. I ask you, why? What was the message in the community when the Board of Ed had an actual need and a request? Why that wasn't just approved as an interim appropriation? They demonstrated the need. Why did everybody say, no, we don't want to give you that until we see what you're doing? I don't want the answer to that question. It concerns me. I don't like that. I think the community has adopted a thought of interim appropriations as taboo. Well, the forefathers before us and many finance boards and town meeting members specifically carved out actions for things to be relooked at any time during a fiscal year. There's nothing on this page that we as a BET do not have, depending on how the tax deferment goes, I should say, that we don't have the resources to correct, replenish portions of. In some departments may need additional. We have that ability in front of us, and we're not stopping after today monitoring government. So I would say to everybody as the day goes by, the adjectives and the descriptions that you're using for the decisions and judgments being made here are fine. You have that luxury. What I'm saying is we have an obligation to the community, and there's nothing. Many people said, using your best judgment, the word draconian. Draconian means if I don't like it, I call it draconian. We are simply reducing the growth in the operating budget in a fashion that may have happened out of nature, but we're reducing the operating growth as the year goes by. I will say this to everybody in the town as we go, and this applies to capital projects, nothing to do with money. We're not doing capital projects right now in the town. We're just not doing them. It's got nothing to do with the finances. The town as it goes, if we believe the town is going to return to normal July 1 and everything's going to be back in every program, every service, if we're going to have fall sports in the schools or in parks, if we believe all of that's going to happen, this motion may be questionable. But we don't believe that. None of us believe that. We all believe that there is going to be a slight reduction in, or maybe in some cases even growth. We don't know what Parks and Rec revenues are going to come in. We're going to use judgment to make an estimate. And that's what we're doing. And what I say to everybody here is when this meeting's over, we're still the BET. We're still going to work with every department to help them get through this. Look at the strides that we made this year in conversations with the Board of Ed over the special ed, which they understand like the back of their head, and we're trying to catch up and understand. This town deserves that everybody involved in the town look at the unemployment, look at the closure of the businesses, think of the apartment rentals, the business rentals. We don't know what the state's going to do. And by the way, some question, how did we get here from what the budget committee did? Well, as we all know, every week we look for the next directive from the state, what we have to do, how we have to conduct meetings, what do we have to do with property tax. It's endless, and we're going to do our best. And this is not, the town needs calm management right now with an overall plan and a backup plan. And I think that's what the 12 of us should be doing. As I said the other day in a workshop, this is a BET of 12. This is not a BET of 6, and the other 6 say, well, let's see what's proposed and react to it. I'm sorry to say that in that fashion, but that's exactly how I feel. We are a very transparent BET. We share every single thought and communication across the lines, and this is just one set of thoughts. And I don't have an option plan in front of me. Some might say, well, why don't we just approve the budget as it is? We'll see how the revenues go, and then we'll take it out of fund balance and maybe part of taxes in the next year. If that's your plan, say that. But it's not my plan, and I don't think I can support that. So I just hope we can come to grips with this today and move forward. Ms. Moriarty, you have your hand up again.
All right, I'm unmuted. I do, because you made some reference to comment that I made that I just feel like I need to respond, and also to put some of your other comments into context. We have over 200 attendees watching this meeting. They're very interested in our actions, and I'm really glad to see the engaged citizenry. I think people don't quite understand how our budget goes together. As you've said before, and I agree with you, the BET only has certain levers which we can do to determine what level of taxation on property taxes we need to make. Where we stand right now, we can look at operating expenses, we look at revenues, we look at use of our rainy day fund, and we decide how much money we're going to need to raise to fund our capital. Those are the four, and then those are the four general areas that we can identify, and then the rest comes from real estate taxes. The revenue shortfall that we're talking about and that you have in a future motion is, you've got there 5.9 million, about 6 million. We could talk about whether it's $1 million or $2 million lower than that. But that's the shortfall that we're seeing right now that we can identify. There are a lot of uncertainties going into next year. But what we're talking about is, how do we address that shortfall and keep the community prepared to deal with the uncertainties for next year? So we looked at, and we also look at, how do we prepare going forward? It's not just next year, it's a multi-year issue that we want to look at. Anything that we fund from fund balance creates an issue for how we look at raising those funds in the following fiscal year. So I think when we talked about losing a revenue source, all 12 of us said, okay, if those revenues were going to be assured of coming back quickly, you could say, we'll go to fund balance and we'll work through it for the year, and then they're going to return. I don't think we all have confidence that interest income is going to come back in a year, which is a big number, big part of that. And we certainly have uncertainty about some of the other revenues in that line. So I think we were all in the same place of saying, let's see where we can return to the information we learned about our departments during our budget committee hearings, and see where we might make modifications, not change the way we do things, but make modifications. But I think we need to do it in a thoughtful manner to understand how it impacts that department. And so we're all trying to answer the same question. I get that we will come at this from different perspectives, but we're not talking about huge numbers in the sense of the amount of money that we need to move around to plug what we're now identifying our needs that we have. So I'll stop there and then talk more as we go in specific line item adjustments.
Mike, can I just add some comments, please?
Please.
I've listened to my Democratic colleagues, and I listen intently because I respect and understand their point of views. But where I disagree with them is that our community is not doing fine. As we sit here today, 1 in 5 Americans are out of work. To continue on as if nothing is happening is, in my opinion, reckless. as Republicans, the Republican caucus has looked at all of these issues, has looked at all of these programs. And with respect to the state, for example, the state is in worse shape than ever before. They're considering bringing back tolls and trying to figure out other revenues. So for us to say that we are, that is $0 from the state is duly pessimistic, to quote my colleague, is simply not responsible, in my opinion, again. With respect to special ed has always been near and dear to my heart. My mother was a special ed educator. But what we're proposing here today is right now to freeze the special ed budget. That's not to say that if more monies are needed to fund the mandated programs, they would not be given in the future. But the BOE should be looking to control the costs that they can control, that they haven't been controlling in the past, so that they can get a better handle on what the special ed budget should be. So for people to accuse, to start off with saying that we are not cognizant of what our community needs are, is just not, in my opinion, correct. And as a municipality, we are not doing fine. I'm hopeful that many of the businesses in town will come back, but many of the businesses in town may not come back. And these are our neighbors and our friends and our associates and our colleagues. So I just needed to put that on the record as well.
Okay. Mr. Weisbrod, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing briefly. I don't want the people, especially those on the call, to think that, actually, I'll say it this way. Mike, you were quite right when you said, you quoted me as saying that the Republicans and the Democrats are really quite close to, some kind of an understanding here as it relates to the budget. The reason is that each of us went off in our own direction and realized that this fiscal situation brought about by the coronavirus is a serious thing. It's a financial storm that hits us. And so there's consensus on that. And it's really quite striking. And our proposal is that we do need to make cuts in the budget. So I don't want people on the phone or tuning in here to think the Democrats are turning some blind eye to the coronavirus. Not the case. We're prepared to make serious cuts to the budget. We're prepared to even roll back the mill rate, if you want to use that phrase, to what it was last year. We are prepared to defer a whole host of capital projects. So it's remarkable, both the Democrats and Republicans, because we're all fiscally oriented on this BET, recognize that cuts are necessary. Unfortunately, reductions must be done. The difference is that we look at our schools and see it in a different perspective. And we look at the underpinning of what's in that BOE budget, and we look at the need for engagement in the community to debate the different choices that we have. And we don't think that's the particular place, like cutting hospitals at a time when, just to make a budget number, that's not where we should make the cut. We are not here as automatons to come up with a number to balance the whole thing. We're here as thoughtful leaders in the community to see where the wisest and most prudent and least painful cuts can be. And that's the debate. So we're close. We're close. We all get it. And I don't want people to get the wrong impression. But please, the schools are a place where we have to be especially thoughtful, and especially at a time like this. Thank you.
I see no further hands up. Mr. Drake, would you please?
Sure, happy to.
Mike, sorry, I can't find where my raise my hand is on my screen with the way it's presented. May I say something, please?
Please, I'm sorry.
And that's fine. David, I actually really appreciated what you had to say. And, this, right? I participated in my first budget on the budget committee, and Jeff, I think you characterized it, and I think we did a pretty good job. And I think we were pretty close to a budget that would have been approved by the full BET. But the world has changed since then. And quite frankly, we don't know what it's going to look like. And so I think about a lot of us, almost everyone on this, on the BET has lived through the financial crisis in 2008. So the real question here is, how bad is it going to get? Karen threw out some numbers, unemployment. So we're either in a year, a year from now or 2 or 3 are going to look back and say, we're starting to make, we're addressing it. We're not fully addressing the issues, but we're partially addressing it this year. And if it gets much worse, we'll look very prudent and very responsible. If it doesn't, if Mike, as Mike said, you know what, things start going back to normal, we have all of the after school activities and we have the sports, we can always add money back into the budget. We can do an interim, but we can't take money away. And that's what I think about and what I grapple with. And when we have a little bit more clarity, we could look at this 6 months, 9 months. I hope the world comes back to some level of normal that slightly resembles what it was like before. But we just don't know. And I just don't want to be sitting here in a year or 2 from now and being like, we could have done more and we didn't. And I just want to, one other thing I want to bring up on this special ed. I'm fully prepared if we need the special ed to fund it. We were going to do it and we didn't need to do it, at least now, and we'll see, because there were savings that came out of costs that are not being incurred because of COVID. We don't know what's going to happen a year from now, whether they're going to need the special ed or not. We've talked about evaluating the program, how we deliver the services, put that aside. We're going to, if we need the money for special ed, we're going to give it. So when I look at this number that we're putting forth, I'm not viewing that as being, oh, if special ed needs money, they're not going to get it. So, when I look at this and I take the Democrats' proposal and your number, your 700,000, for instance, you think that it's really a $2.2 million cut because you're presuming there's a $1.5 million for special ed. And I say, let's not talk about the special ed right now. Let's put that aside. We've talked about it. I think we've demonstrated good faith point. So I say we're not that far apart. You're at 2.2, we're at 3. I think we're closer together. But can you get over the hurdle that, yes, we know that that's out there, but let's see what happens. How many of the programs can and cannot happen because of COVID? Do we have to change class size? Do we have to alternate days? Do we have to split up the day? You know what? We'll have to evaluate if that happens, right? We're going to do what's right. But we need to set ourselves up and be prepared. This is one of the hardest decisions that I think we have to make. And I think ultimately we need to be prudent and we need to be responsible. But I do think there's some other tools in our toolbox that we can address this if we need to. Thank you.
Mike seemed to have stepped away for a minute.
No, I'm right
okay,
here.
sorry.
I'm just be patient with, I want to call on the blue hands. Ms. Tarkington has not spoken yet. Ms. Tarkington, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to add here that these proposed operating numbers are basically flat with the current year's budget, which had increased. There isn't a actual decline. It's just that the BET has been relooking at the increases, and I think it should be put into perspective of the federal numbers, the CPI area prices for urban consumers and urban wage earners. 2 separate indexes are each down 0.2% over last month. So, these numbers aren't actually declining. It's just that the increase that had been proposed is not being considered and is being adjusted at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody who's had their hand up to speak has spoken. Am I reading this correctly?
My hand is up if you would recognize me again.
Okay, I want to give everybody a chance who has not spoken to go first. You and Ms. Crumick have spoken before. Mr. Deuce?
Thank you. Before we vote, Mr. Chair, if you would restate what we're voting on exactly, since we've had a period of time.
The motion
On the
to
motion.
share screen
I'll do
from
that.
Roland.
Well, I'll do that now, or I'll do that when you vote, either one.
The motion on the screen before you. Okay, going back to speakers for the third and second time, Mr. Raymer.
My compliments to Mr. Weisbrod. I only wanted to underscore, because of the number of people in the community that are watching this, underscore the specific figures that were involved. The motion that's before us makes a cut from the budget of the school board that was approved by the budget committee, a cut of $3,068,784. It is the principal ingredient in producing a reduction in the mill rate when compared to the current year, not when compared to what was proposed by the budget committee, but compared to the current year, a reduction of 2/3 of a point. It's really 2 full points less than the budget level that was proposed and recommended by the budget committee. The $3 million plus figure.
Mr. Raymer, I don't want to interrupt you, but you're speaking in favor or against the motion. I understand you're trying to add more facts to this, but the motion before you, in favor or against?
I'm speaking against the motion, and most particularly against the component of the motion that calls for a $3 million plus deduction from the budget of the school board.
Thank you. Ms. Crumick?
No. I'm sorry, I wasn't quite finished. I think it's important that that the public understand that what has been proposed by the Democratic caucus is a budget that produces a 0% rise from the current rate, 1.46% less than what was recommended by the budget committee, and it still makes, as an olive branch, a suggestion of a
Point of order.
Mr. Raymer, what motion are you talking about? You're talking about a motion.
The motion that's before us to make a deduction of various items, but $3,068,784
Point of
from the
order.
budget of the school board.
Point of order. Mr. Raymer has already made these points. I don't understand his need to revisit them. He already spoke to those. I've taken copious notes, and everything he is currently raising has already been raised.
Mr. Raymer, I'm going to have to ask you. I understand you want to. You're trying to reiterate things for the public, and I understand that. And I have 11 other members or 10 other members besides us that may want to do the same thing. And if that's what the wishes of the board are, but I'm going to have to say, Mr. Raymer, I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about a motion with a 0 tax increase. That's not before us yet. I think that conversation may come later on your behalf. But I'm going to ask you again to, I'm letting you speak for the third time, and I'm trying to be as flexible as I can. But I understand what you're trying to do, but we need to focus on the motion.
I think I am focusing on the motion, but if you like, I will retain these remarks for when the motion is made in a few minutes.
You have my appreciation on that. Ms. Crumick?
Yes, this is Beth Crumick, and I just want to add that I am against this reduction, and in the school's budget in particular. I think almost all of the other items in our budget can be put to another day. They can be moved and deferred. Children can't be deferred. Children are spending their time at home with their parents, trying to work with teachers and stay on top of the work that needs to be done in this particular year for them. I think we have to be very, very mindful of what the impact is, not only on the students, but on the teachers that are trying to teach them, the staff that are working to present these programs. And I, for one, having spent a lot of time in the last few days reading the emails coming through from hundreds of parents, the fact that they got out in their cars yesterday, about 150 of them, to again bring to our attention their concerns. Mike, I think, Mr. Mason, it is very important for us to recognize these decisions have consequences we can't even begin to wrap our arms around, because it's the life of these children, it's their education. And I'm very concerned that somehow we were giving short shrift to the needs of the special education community who have been pleading with us in public hearings. That hasn't changed because of COVID-19, but COVID-19 is making this whole process more difficult. And I understand we are all struggling with balancing this budget, but I would ask that my colleagues, all 12 of us, think very carefully and make an effort to reduce the reductions in that part of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I just would love to agree with you. We're all struggling. That is a true statement. And I don't think anybody it would like to, I don't think anybody enjoys the virus. I don't think anybody enjoys making any of these decisions that in essence are very difficult judgment calls. And I appreciate your comments on that. Okay, everybody has had an opportunity to speak. Mr. Drake? Ms. Moriarty, you have your hand up for the fourth time.
I do. I needed to clarify one piece of information. Ms. Hess referred to our proposals being 2.2 versus a cut from the Democrats versus 3.0 for the Republicans. That's not the correct numbers. She included the 1.5 million that's not funded in the current budget proposal in ours and not yours. So it's either 700,000 versus 3 million or 2.2 versus 4.5 million reduction. I just need to make one other point, which is germane about when people think about how this cut works. When we approve an operating budget, we expect every department manager to make decisions to live within that budget. My colleagues have talked a lot about interim appropriations, and if the situation changes, we can approve more money. Well, that doesn't work for the Board of Education. It may not work for other departments too, but that one cut in the school's budget is the most concerning to me. The superintendent will be obligated, and we expect her to manage her department and to work within the budget that she's been given. She will make decisions within the next 4 weeks to live within whatever operating budget we decide. Getting extra money in the middle of the year is not going to change those decisions that she has to make today. So a two-step approach for school budget does not work for their operations. They need to know what parameters they have on day one, and that's what we should be telling them. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Drake, would you call the vote, please?
Yes, just so we all know what we're voting upon, it's the amendment on your screen shared by Roland, and the final number at the bottom is $5,923,265, just so we are all voting on this. We'll start with Ms. Erickson, please.
Ms. Erickson votes no.
Mr. Weisbrod.
Mr. Weisbrod votes no.
Mr. Deuce.
Mr. Deuce votes yes.
Mr. Raymer.
Mr. Raymer votes no.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Ms. Vasiliotis votes yes.
And I vote yes. Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington.
Tarkington votes yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
Ms. Moriarty votes no.
Ms. Crumick.
Ms. Crumick votes no.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Ms. Cruiser votes no.
So that, as counted so far, is 6-6.
Mr. Drake, would you add one vote for me in favor of the motion as a yes?
Recorded.
Moving on. Okay, are there other motions addressing general government, the same departments that are before us today? Are there other motions? And Roland, if you would, can you put those up? Mr. Geiger, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, we need, I need a motion, any other motions under general government, art, representative town meeting through other funds? Are there any other motions?
Yes, there are, Mr.
Yes, there are. There are a series that you've received.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty, do we have those motions that we could put on the screen, Roland?
Yes.
I believe he does. We wanted to start with the schools.
Whatever you would like.
And that was the amended motion that came in this morning, not in the packet that was sent at 8:55 last night, Roland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Thank you very much. So for everybody, just so you know, when Roland gets us to that motion, it'll be we'll get it moved and seconded, and it'll be on his shared screen.
Okay, this is, I'd like to make the motion to increase the school's budget by $2,368,784. Do I need a second?
Yes, we should have a second.
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Weisbrot. Ms. Moriarty, just a real quick question, because I'm going to open it for discussion and obviously give you the floor. This motion, a little tricky how this is written. So what you're saying is that you want to, add back 2.3 million and change, but that's still 700 below I get it. Okay, I understand. Does everybody understand this motion, that the top line, what the goal is of the motion? If not, you should ask now, and I'll call on Ms. Moriarty for discussion on the motion.
Okay. We've had much of this discussion already. Apparently it fell on some deaf ears, but I'm going to try and remake some of these points. First of all, the Budget Committee and the BET got specific information from each department during our budget hearings. We heard from the schools department that their salary lines are increasing. It's about 3.2% for teachers. And so fitting within even the 2% guideline we gave them was extremely difficult. Roland, I believe the chart that went up is the wrong tab. Can you go back to the schools? So they had a hard time even fitting within the budget increase. As I said before, using a blunt instrument of pulling everybody back to the fiscal 20 numbers takes no account of the challenges or the issues each department is facing. What challenges is the Board of Ed facing? Number one, they have higher salary increases than other departments. Two, they need to make decisions today about what services they're going to provide for the year. They can't wait till mid-year to adjust and add more teachers in then and feel like they're going to get academic growth back. Third, we've come off distance learning, which is most likely, we don't have measurement on this, but not getting the academic achievement in our students that we need. And that's across the board for all students. We have to look specifically at the special ed population, which must be even more impacted by distance learning because they're not getting the hands-on services, things like OT and PT and other services that they require. To talk about reducing the level of funding available for the school staff to address those concerns, to me, is just totally unresponsive to the needs of our community. Our community prides itself on excellent public schools. We pride ourselves on high real estate values, which is driven by excellent public schools. And we have problems that we know we have to address. Money doesn't solve all those problems. We do know that, but certainly the lack of funds will make them worse. The school's budget has always been handled differently than the town, and that creates, I think, some issues when we have to justify why we handle a school's budget differently than we do other town departments. But we're talking about a specific area of responsibility that we can't walk away from, and we cannot pass a budget and tell the superintendent and the Board of Ed that they have to deliver the services that they need with such a dramatic decrease in their budget. Excuse me. And I think every member on this board needs to reconsider the action that they've just taken. I'll stop there and let my colleagues speak.
Where's participant?
Mr. Weisbrot has his hand up.
Thank you. So I was truly hoping that, and I think the town expects us to come to what I'm going to call nonpartisan solution to the tremendous challenge of the coronavirus. Even in Washington, they were able to do that. And I still hold out hope that we can do that here in Greenwich. The community is seeking that from us. We all agree, all of us agree, that the devastation caused by the coronavirus calls for fresh thinking on our 2021 budget. No disagreement. Like towns and cities all across the country, Greenwich is also going to make or need to make some painful reductions in order to have an operating budget and that's lower, and with a deferral of capital projects as well. There are financial storms hitting us. We all understand that, and we all agree. In fact, there's a pretty deep consensus within the BET on these points, with the Democrats agreeing as well that this is a time to keep the mill rate to a 0% growth. This is a substantial departure from where we would normally be, but we recognize we're in difficult times. And this nonpartisan spirit is very good, and we should encourage it. Where we differ is on how we should treat the schools. And even here, the challenges can be addressed. It just requires the right kind of leadership. Some have said that the BET is limited, that we have few tools to use. Don't blame us, they say. All we can do is dictate a number, and then it's up to the various departments to make it work. That the number is determined by rote based on last year's operating budget is beside the point. Get with the program, these voices say. And so is it any wonder that we're seeing these hundreds of emails from irate parents all over town protesting such an arbitrary process? The residents expect the BET to exercise leadership, to engage with the Board of Ed, with the superintendent of schools and others. And a leader does not dictate to these bodies and expect them to salute. It's been pointed out by some that in 2008 and 2009, extraordinary measures were taken by the Board of Ed to help reduce costs, including reopening labor negotiations to achieve a one-year salary freeze for teachers. Whatever measures were taken back then were a result of collaborative discussions over a number of months. Remember, the budget back then was passed early in the year and funds were appropriated. But the Board of Ed and other town departments voluntarily cooperated with the BET to achieve additional savings. That is a far cry from being given a fiat literally on a Thursday with a vote on the next Monday without any Board of Ed vetting, and most especially without the benefit of public input via a hearing process where residents can express their point of view. Today's context is so different from 2008 and 2009. Back then, schools were open. Parents, teachers, and student habits and behaviors were not disrupted. Class size was not subject to social distancing guidelines. And teachers did not face anything like the stress and challenge that they are dealing with today. So let's turn to some of the specifics. The Board of Ed fiscal year 21 budget that the Budget Committee approved adhered to very strict guidelines, causing growth to not exceed 2%, notwithstanding that 90% of the budget of the schools consists of contractual, mandatory, and other fixed costs, which are expected to grow substantially more than 2%. And the Board of Ed enters 2021 fiscal year with a shortfall of $1.5 million because of the out-of-district special ed expenses. Achieving an aggregate $4.5 million cut is painful to envision. And the various ideas have been floated, but not vetted. Some of the ideas I've heard include one, redistrict the schools, close Parkway. I would ask, what are the execution costs, the time parameters? How do these costs compare with the potential savings? We don't know. How tolerable is this to the community? We don't know. Increase the class size, really? Is that the direction we want to go as a town, especially now? Reopen negotiations with the unions, like we did in 08 and 09, to seek a salary freeze. Well, how much would this save? How much time is needed to get it done? And is this the right time to pursue that? Reduce the use of substitute teachers, restore volunteers, apply federal and state corona related reimbursements, introduce an early retirement plan, expand the gift cap policy to source major gifts from philanthropists. All of these are worthy ideas, but have they been sized, assessed, and have the timelines for execution been evaluated and built into the models? No, no, and no. So in summary, leadership involves more than giving an order and telling a department to go figure it out. It involves working with the department to understand the impact of the cut and how to implement efficiencies where they make sense. A responsible solution to our town's COVID challenge is to approve this year's budget with a very painful $700,000 decrease, which our school superintendent has outlined specifics that can be achieved. Painful though they may be, they're delineated, they're actionable, and they're achievable. Beyond the $700,000, nothing is delineated. Then the BET needs to work with the Board of Ed, like we did in 08 and 09. We need to work with the Board of Ed, the superintendent of schools, and other stakeholders to explore other incremental savings that could be derived, just as we did back in the last fiscal crisis. Please, I beg you, fellow Republicans out there, can we get one of you to please approve our Democratic amendment to reduce the Board of Ed budget to the level that our superintendent of schools has determined to be achievable. Make this a nonpartisan event that we all can get behind. Thank you.
Since I don't know where Mike is, I'm going to call on Jeff Framer next.
No, it was, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Karen. It was Miss Crumick followed by Mr. Raymer in the order they
Okay,
handed.
sorry.
And I will call on those who can't raise their hand at the end.
Okay, thank you. Beth, you're up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand raised at that point.
Okay, Mr. Raymer then.
So the residual piece from my comments before was to focus for a moment on special education. During the conversations with the Budget Committee, which was before the coronavirus impact, we focused on special education, most particularly upon the broad comments that we're hearing from the community telling us, I don't know the accuracy of the statement, but I assume the accuracy of the statement, that in repetitive litigation, the community, the town has done poorly, and that for the most part, the courts have been imposing the incurring of expense, which the system had been unwilling to spend. And we all thought at the Budget Committee that it was worth a detailed look, probably with the help of a consultant. We discussed that with the superintendent. The superintendent had told us that within that budget, she thought she could probably identify about $60,000 to cover such expense, but the task would need another $40,000, and that was endorsed also by the chair of the Board of Education. And the discussion then was to try and derive that other $40,000. I suppose the supposition now is that if you do a decrease of over $3 million from the sum, you certainly have stripped that $60,000 away and done nothing about the other $40,000. And that's part of what's involved in the thought of trying to restore at least a substantial component of the $3 million. Secondly, there has been enormous growth, as the motion of Ms. Moriarty identifies, enormous growth in the sums that we're spending for out-of-district tuition and settlements. In fiscal year 19, our actual expense was a little over $5.6 million. We only budgeted in the current year $5.4 million. And so it's no great surprise that the school board came to us and said at the rate at which they're incurring settlements and judgments against them, they're running about $1.2 million above the 5.4 and requested the additional funds. And at the budget committee, because coronavirus then had hit, and there seemed to be some changes in the cash flows, most particularly in expenses, we asked them to defer that item until we get a better sense of where the net comes out to see if some of that can be covered in other revenues. And they've accommodated us, and that's how the matter's been handled. But the budget for fiscal year 21 had still continued the same $5.4 million. And the supposition seemed to be that that sum was going to be about $1.2 to $1.5 million short, just as it is in the current year. And part of the additional problem, also alluded to by the motion of Ms. Moriarty, is that the motion that's before you still produces a reduction in the school board budget of $700,000 and does nothing about the projected additional $1.2 to $1.5 million that would be needed to cover out-of-district tuitions and settlements imposed by the courts or reached by agreement between the parties. So as the motion suggests to you, the whole is not just the $3 million, but it's the additional $1.5 million for a total of $4.5 million. And even if the motion of Ms. Moriarty is granted, the far greater part of that is still hanging out there and is still likely to be something that still has to be covered in an interim appropriation as we go through the year. But to do a cut at $3 million plus is just an inappropriately large figure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rimmer. Before I call Ms. Hess, Ms. Crumick, could you turn the newspaper square so I can read it on screen? I'm sorry. I have Ms. Hess followed by Ms. Erickson.
So actually, Jeff, you sort of touched upon one of my questions. I have two points. So with your motion, are you saying that the 1.5 million would be covered? There would or wouldn't be a need, through the chair, please, would or would not need a potential interim to cover that? It's just not clear to me.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Please, I'm not sure I fully understood the question, but please do.
No, the expectation still is that the $5.4 million that was in the budget committee recommended budget is probably not going to be sufficient, probably short by $1.2 million to $1.5 million. The reduction in the departmental budget of $700,000 certainly does not improve that situation. It exacerbates it. But the reality of how far we're underfunded or whether we're underfunded is an experiential thing that we'll discover as the year goes along. The school board merely tried to responsibly point out that the expectation based upon the current year and some reasonable analysis of the students that seem to be in the system and seem to be coming into the system in the new year would leave us short by the amounts that were indicated in the motion of Ms. Moriarty.
I think you answered my question. I just, the one point about the Board of Ed being a different department, having to set the budget in the next 4 weeks for the next year, the only thing, consistent with what I was saying before, I don't know that the Board of Ed's going to really know what next year looks like in the next 4 weeks. I think it's still evolving. And again, I said it before, are we going to have gym? What type of intramural activities? Do we need to go to every other day? Do we need to cut up the day? I just think that this going to be evolving over the next, month or 2 or 3. In a normal scenario, I would agree with Ms. Moriarty that they would need to know more upfront. I just think in this ever-changing world where we're trying to figure out, how do we sort of try to come back to some level of normal, which I don't know what that looks like. So I do think it's a little different this year. And that's the point that I was trying to make before. I understand her point, but I do think the circumstances are just a little bit different where we sit today. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple comments. I'll try and be brief as I think my colleagues have covered many of the points that I wish to raise. We're a finance board, so it's our job to finance the town needs and the school needs and the capital needs, and present a balanced budget which goes forward to the RTM, which this year their vote will be presumably on June 8th, possibly a few days later, but they need to wrap up before we set the mill rate at our mill rate meeting scheduled for June 15th. And there are 2 particular concerns that I want to just underline. One is the process. And I speak as someone who is not only serving her first term on the BET, the Finance Board, but I'm a previous member of the Board of Education, and I also served on the RTM. And we all know how much work goes into developing the town budget. There is a lot of thought behind each and every one of these numbers. And speaking on the Board of Ed side, I will tell you there is significant public commentary. What happened this year was highly unusual. We had a public hearing on Monday evening, April 20th. 3 days later, during the day on April 23rd, we had a BET public workshop. We discussed cuts to operating and capital budgets after the public comment period had closed. Now, I recognize that things have changed due to the coronavirus pandemic. As a finance board, we need to be responsible and be balanced in our approach. Our caucus believes that we did so. We recognize that the Board of Education is a town department, and when we're asking all town departments to adjust to the new financial realities, we need to ask all of our town departments, including the Board of Ed, to participate. We are one town. But in the absence of that public participation, we don't have the best information. And I would like to just say 2 things. One is the superintendent, there was a Board of Education here meeting on Thursday evening because we had our workshop earlier in the day. I think the Board of Ed had some opportunity to talk about the proposal and potential impact of cuts. Over the weekend, we did receive a memo from the superintendent. It's dated April 25th. It's not in the public domain as far as I know, but perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, as part of our public posting of our documents, we could add it to the public posting, or perhaps the Board of Ed could do so. However it happens, I think it's important that that be a public document so people can see the potential impacts. None of this is vetted, none of this is decided. But if this cut goes through, this 3,068,000 cut goes through, the RTM does not have the opportunity to restore it. The RTM can only delete funds. They may not add back funds. So essentially a group of 7 people, including the extra vote afforded to the chair, is deciding to reduce the Board of Education's budget next year by $3 million, which could have any number of scenarios, and I'm not going to outlay them. I think the superintendent did that well in her memo. And I just don't think that is a good process. I don't think it's a good process in normal operating times. And it's certainly not a good process when the residents of Greenwich, the parents, the teachers, the staff, they are busy doing what they need to do with their children, trying to engage in distance learning. They don't have the time or the bandwidth to really focus on this, but they did. I mean, I think we have all seen our inbox is flooded. I have over 1,000 emails. So I think we need to respect the process and try and get a little time involved here so the RTM can ultimately be the arbiter, and that will allow the public to weigh in. Thank you.
Mike, you're muted.
I'm
Mike.
sorry. We all did it. Ms. Cruiser, I think I saw your hand next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to add to some of the comments that a number of my colleagues have already made. But I believe that members of this board, both Republican and Democrat, would all agree that our brand new superintendent, Dr. Jones, has been incredibly responsive in answering our questions, meeting our guidelines throughout the year and conditions, and viewing our communication as critical and respectful partnership that funds the education of 9,000 Greenwich children. Therefore, I can understand why she would have been shocked while she's in the midst of wholly restructuring the deliverable of her department that is, again, teaching 9,000 Greenwich children in a pandemic with all the challenges that it brings, to hear the news of up to $3 million worth of cuts to her budget. And yet, despite all of our questions being answered and past openness and communication, we went from considering an interim appropriation for special ed of $1.2 million to their budget having been suggested massive cuts of $3 million by our Republican colleagues. Is COVID really the scapegoat for this? For the department who has gone through the most change on the back of this horrible pandemic? Will programs not run in the fall due to continued social distancing guidelines? Perhaps, and those are cost savings. Fewer buses, perhaps. Cost savings, maybe. But will the long-lasting effects of this pandemic require fewer children in classrooms, staggered schedules, further cleaning measures, and more mental health experts to help the kids cope with what has happened? Well, now that sounds a lot more expensive. The point is, no one knows. And to ask our superintendent in the midst of all of these unknowns to guesstimate and then make large structural changes to fit an arbitrary number amidst a pandemic is not the hallmark of thoughtful partnership. To then spring these cuts, as my colleague Laura Erickson just said, onto the parents of these 9,000 children after public comment had been rightly made by many, after public comment, in which has been pointed out by many of the 800 to 1,000, I've lost count, email writers, shows lack of transparency. And all to what end? We've sharpened our pencils, we've made the compromises. The Democratic caucus has gotten to a zero mill rate. My colleague, Ms.
Cruiser,
yes.
Ms. Cruiser, I just want to interrupt you there. You said that, Mr. Raymer said that. I see nothing in front of us about that, nor have I seen anything anyway on that. So can you?
Okay.
I
will hold. Fair point. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will hold on that. To those that are participating, if you can wait till we get to that point, it may be worth your while as well.
I just want to say, if I'm not mistaken, the ideas proposed the other day where you were somewhere approaching $3 million above a zero. If I'm not mistaken, and don't hold me to the exact numbers because I don't have the document in front of me. So I think I usually don't use words, but I don't want to mislead anybody who's watching this that there is something that you're talking about that is insinuated that we know about, because we don't.
That is fine. So please, everyone, stay tuned to the continuation of our proposal as we go through. As my colleague, Mr. Weisbrod has said, some of the structural suggestions being discussed may have merit, but in next year's budget and in collaboration. But in the here and now and in this budget, I want to thank Dr. Jones for being willing to work with us, like other departments, to highlight a few areas of cost savings that will have minimal direct impact to students. I applaud all those who reached out: parents, retirees, alums, private school parents, and even real estate agents, to reiterate the importance of an excellent Greenwich public school system for our children, our community, and let's not forget our property taxes. I would really love to see bipartisan support for our superintendent. Please vote to reinstate this money to the Board of Ed.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty, your hand was up next.
Yeah, I want to just make two additional points. I believe the reference to the change or to a zero mill rate increase proposal was discussed during the workshop. So there was information shared at that time, but it gets to process issues and communication, both publicly and then within individual members of the BET. But I just wanted to make one other point as we put this dollar amount into context. The proposal, and I'll refer to the proposal that the Republicans have posted and is part of the package today, calls for a 0.79% reduction in the mill rate. This equates to about 3.1 million lower than a flat mill rate assumption. When there are decisions and judgments being made that can be modified to put the funds where we need to be. Do we, at this point in time, and I am also sympathetic to the many residents that are hurting and the level of small businesses and unemployment for some of our residents and our population at risk. You're going to get a motion in a few minutes to restore the human services budget and the health department budgets back to where it is back to the fiscal 21 number based on the coronavirus. But the schools are not so flexible. It's not like they can say, oh, we need to add another section, so we'll come to the BET for an interim appropriation and then go to the RTM. They need to know the resources they have to deliver the services they are required to provide, and we want them to provide at the start of the year. So the budget that, the cut that was just approved on a 7-6 vote does not give them the necessary resources. Thank you.
Ms. Crumick, your hand is up next.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask if you could be careful and not interrupt speakers because it breaks the flow of what they're trying to present. I know you want to respond on occasion, but could you wait till they've finished their comment?
Thank you, Ms. Crumick, for your comments. I believe I am duly empowered to run the meeting and to keep motions and conversations as best I can on the subject. But there's twice insinuated some motion that's there to offer a zero mill rate. I haven't seen that motion. I know we will get to it, but I think it's, and I don't want to use words that I think we need to respect the process. And by the way, I go back again to where we started. That's why I am so careful that we have a revisit so we can go back. But I think what happens is if we were to start talking about something that it's just not, it's not a motion before us. What I think is being insinuated is that you have a revised thought process for when we consolidate this budget that may offer something that changes the ideas you had on the workshop day. And I agree with that, and I'll entertain those then, but I just don't think it's correct to do that in the middle of when we're talking about a specific motion. Continuing on, Mr. Raymer.
So in fairness, Mr. Chairman, that you say you haven't seen the figures that are being referred to by Ms. Cruiser, you will recall that at the workshop, it was pointed out to you that the grand list that you were using to make your calculation and reach a mill rate was in fact the old grand list, and that the assessor had certified a new grand list at the end of January, which was reported. Excuse me.
Do you have a point here that you're trying to make?
Yes.
I respect what you're saying.
May I finish the point, and then you'll understand the point.
Is it related to the motion?
Excuse me. Please allow me to finish the remark. In fact, we pointed out to you at the workshop, the public workshop on Thursday, that with calculation of the grand list that was reported to us at our March meeting, it produced $3,030,000 of additional revenue. So having said that you've never seen that calculation, I honestly think respectfully that's disingenuous. Yeah. Okay. Secondly,
Mr. Raymer, I'll say this again. We had lots of calculations with lots of things. I do agree with you that we all had to agree on what the grand list number was being used, and it did have a budget change. And I'm appreciative of that. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is, I don't think anybody's trying to be disingenuous here. I think there will be a time for that conversation. But as it pertains to this motion, I do not see where the grand list is part of this motion. I do not see that. And we are alluding to some budget motion of a zero mill rate. I can't sit here and clearly pull up right now, tell you exactly what you're doing to get to that. I'm all ears when we get to that part of the meeting. And that's all I'm asking for, being respectful. As far as disingenuous, I think I'm far from that.
Just one point.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Just one point on the grand list. The change was $330,000, not $3 million and 300,000. It was only $330,000.
No.
Okay, I'm going to.
I'll recheck my math.
Mr. Raymer, I'm calling on Mr. Drake.
We're trying to listen to everyone here. We're having a civil and thorough conversation. It's going to continue as it should, and everyone will be heard, and all the parties are responsible. But we're looking at a motion which is on your screen, which is $2,368,784 related to the Board of Education budget. There's nothing in there about grand list. There's nothing in there about mill rate, and which are topics we'll come back to. But let's confine our conversation to the item before us, because we're going to have lots of opportunity to come back to lots of other things. I think that's the focus that would be productive today.
I see no other hands. Mr. Drake, let me just lower your hand here real quick.
I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand, so. I just wanted to note some points in what was raised. First, I think it's disingenuous to suggest that there was a lack of transparency on the part of Republicans. Republican leadership has shared their thoughts with the Democratic leadership throughout the process. In fact, we only received your motions on operating at 8 o'clock last night. So, where we shared those midweek last week. Last year, the education budget increased 21% if you include benefits. We are a lucky community in that we can afford that 21%. No other district in this state has had that type of increase in 1 year for their education. We all recognize that education is important. I think we all agree on that. I mean, I'm a product of the public school system. I graduated from Greenwich High School. Some of you on this panel also graduated from Greenwich High School. We all appreciate the work that teachers and that our educators do in this town. We are proposing a reduction to 2020 levels because of extraordinary circumstances that have engulfed this town and this nation. I've heard from people in the community that are being drowned out, quite frankly, that the reductions that we're proposing are not deep enough, that they don't even know how they're going to meet their property taxes next year, even with the deferral to October 1st. So, I think that I get it. I understand what the concerns are. I think we all understand what the concerns are. I echo what Ms. Hess said. This is a very difficult budget, and it's a very difficult choice that we have to make. But we are a community. We are all in this together, and we will all have to make sacrifices. I don't think that the proposal that the Republicans have before you will result in the drastic reduction in services to our students. I think that there are ways that these can be met. I think it will take a lot of heavy lifting by the educational community, but I think it can be done, and I think it will be done.
Ms. Moriarty, did you put your hand up by accident?
I did not. I just wanted to correct a statement that was just made, if I can.
Okay, we could continue the debate.
It's not a debate. It's just Ms. Vasiliotis said that the Democrats did not share their proposals until 8 o'clock last night. That is not true. When the Republicans shared their proposal with us on Wednesday, the day before the workshop, we also shared our proposal with you the day before the workshop. All of us had an exchange at the workshop. During that, there were some modifications made, and you were informed about what the changes are to the Democratic proposal. The amendments that were sent last night is a function of the way this meeting is run. It is Republican run, so your motions get put up first, and our motions are to change potentially what actions may be taken from those motions. So it's a procedural methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weisbrod, you've already spoken, but you have your hand up.
Yeah, I will just speak briefly.
Again.
I will speak briefly again. Yes, thank you very much. We made many outreaches to the Republican caucus, pleading over the course of these days to reconsider this $3 million cut. We mentioned at the workshop, as others have said, that we could see ourselves, in fact, we were very close, and you know this, to a 0% increase in the mill rate, if that's the holy grail that we're all trying to get to. Those outreaches were rebuffed, and rebuffed. And so the notion that, there has not been discussion and a tremendous amount of willingness to compromise and work on trying to get to a solution that doesn't destroy our schools or really impair them seriously is simply not true. Thank you.
Okay. Before I call a vote on this, let me try to take an approach on this. I've heard a lot of things that, quite frankly, I've heard medical determinations that some of us are deaf. I don't think I'm deaf. I don't know of anybody who's deaf. I've heard the word irresponsible, respect, can't, that there's no voice, that nobody knew this was a surprise. I can go back to budget guidelines that I voted for and I supported. We all voted for and supported, where it was very clear that the Board of Ed should be prepared, besides making the guidelines, that they were put on notice that there could be an additional up to $1 million required for conversations and thoughts we had back in October, long before the virus. I hope we all agree on that. And I think on the town side, I think the town budget certainly came in below the guidelines. Well, that depends on how you interpret where the trash, you notice I'm not saying tipping or bag, where the trash fees go, whether they go back into the mill rate calculation or they stand and the inhabitants of the town pay those fees, which are not in their mill rate anymore, but they pay the haulers. I think we agree on that. We talk about process. As the inventor of the workshop in the BET, and sometimes feeling heat for why do we have those, I do appreciate everybody coming to the workshop and sharing ideas. I think things went well. But what I really want to focus on is something different. This is not a trial of the Board of Ed's performance. I'm going to go on record to say right now, being the longest serving of any of us, the management and the Board of Ed right now is at an all-time high in my government career. The superintendent, operations manager, construction management, I think the communications with the organized labor, I think it's at an all-time high, and I sincerely mean that. And in no way do I want to offer any kind of a, quote, trial here on the performance of the Board of Education, nor do I want it with the police department or health department or any department. That's why I'm trying to not be specific. But David said some stuff before that I wish he could repeat verbatim. He talked about other avenues, or I'll use my terms, other tools the Board of Ed has, and he brought out a great list. I mean, he had a great list of things that could be done, and his only caveat is they can't be done today. Fair point, well taken. However, let's talk about the hottest ticket in the town right now, the changing dynamics with special ed, which is sort of creating a real challenge for the Board of Education and budgeting. That didn't start this year. On the last term of the BET, I wasn't fortunate enough to be chair, but I was fortunate enough to serve on the budget committee, where we made a series of budget transfers, helping the Board of Ed out to cover, again, a same situation. Now, David, here's the thing I would say. Everybody, it's very easy to come out with a motion and say, well, I think these cuts, I can maybe cover 600,000-700,000 of those, but after that, I'm reducing teachers. Okay, that's the prerogative of the Board of Ed. But the questions you asked, I think what we as a finance board, and I will go back to 2008, again, I was there, we did some pretty hard decisions back then. We were in a different position. We were not ahead of the budget. The budget had just begun in July, and this all happened in September and October. We do have some obligation to get the answers to the questions you asked, David. I think the taxpayers should know all the alternatives that the Board of Ed, and by the way, we all know that they've got certain initiatives going on, some of them already. I don't think the public knows that. And I think the public would be happy to know that the Board of Ed has a pretty decent list of things they can do and are willing to do it. And I have no doubt, and I have no lack of confidence this administration will do that. I have no doubt in my mind. But if we believe that things are going to return to normal, I hear your points. But if we don't believe they are, and this is Parks and Rec, we all know right now that Parks and Rec is returning fees that were collected. Okay, we know that. We know that they're not hiring their summer help. We know there are things going on. The Board of Ed is not fortunate enough right now to be able to save too much money because the governor has mandated to them and told their other boss, the state has told them they must maintain their staff and everything right through June 30th. I get it. We understand that. We follow the orders from the state. But the big picture I'm trying to say to you is if there's a holistic look at things and there's a realistic look. And I keep saying, I understand what Ms. Moriarty is saying. Well, we just can't have an interim and say, okay, they need to hire more teachers. No, but doesn't mean that the Board of Ed's not doing other things which will have no impact on their hiring. It could be in transportation. It could be in many, many things. And I'm counting on the Board of Ed, and I plan on working with the Board of Ed going forward and to make this happen. So I encourage everybody to say we all support the Board of Ed. Quite frankly, those of us who have been in the government for a long time, we probably support this Board of Ed more than there has been a long time. I take you back to the story. Why would, when the Board of Ed would request an interim appropriation for a defined need, obviously can justify it, why would everybody say, well, we don't want to give you that. We want to see if you have the money for it. Okay? Why is that? I'll tell you why that is. Because we are rebuilding from a previous administration in the Board of Ed. I have full confidence. I'm open and transparent. I think all of us are, and I think that's how we move forward. I don't know why that wasn't approved and why it was postponed. I understand it. If they needed it, it should have been approved, in my opinion, and this is me talking. And if they didn't spend it, what would happen? It would revert back to fund balance and we would reappropriate it as needed. Okay? I can't tell you the reach out and the emails and the conversations back and forth between the minority caucus leader and myself. I think there's been no transparency. I think ideas have been shared and bounced up. I can tell you of phone calls where there's an idea, what do you think of this? And I walked away and said, well, that won't work. We've tried, but everybody has to try. I'll say it again. The BET has a limited scope of what we can do. We can't fix this economic crisis, the BET. It's going to take every department to take the step to say, okay, what can we do? We talk about things every day. We talk about legal expenses and what the Board of Ed, we talk about consolidation. We talk about many, many things. We need to move on. We need to pass a budget, send it to the RTM. As I said before, we're not going anywhere. We're totally prepared to work through with every department the best we can to help them in the upcoming fiscal year. And we're all going to be sitting with wide eyes, seeing what returns and what doesn't return. And I'm sorry that this is becoming a political football, and I think it's not a political football. I think this is just a judgment call. And I hear everybody. I respect everybody's opinion, but there is no intent here to be disrespectful, deaf, irresponsible, no knowledge. If we didn't have a workshop, there would have been no public knowledge. We've had more participation in this budget between the emails, the call-ins, and all the emails over the weekend than we have ever had in the town history. And Ms. Moriarty said something before that really caught me. She said, we know there's a lot more people engaged and people don't understand. I'll go door to door to get people to show them. If everybody in this town could see the numbers that we're seeing and the estimates that we're seeing, I don't think it would change anybody's mind, but I think it would give a perspective. And that's what we don't have the privilege to do, is to give everybody in a one-day meeting or a two-day meeting the perspective that what we're thinking, so then they can decide what they think is best for the community. And I see no other hands, and I'm sorry to run long on that, but I think it's important. The Board of Ed, the BET's strength is coming together and finding ideas. I will say this, your offer of $700,000, I understand after the superintendent came out with a list of things that possibly were potential savings. I appreciate that, fully respected. But again, when I had 700,000 the other day, I had no justification. I get it. I think the offer was there. Tell us another way around it. We had a great discussion about not wanting to reduce, and we're going to get to it, capital tax levy or use of fund balance. And I think when we get to that, we may even be revisiting this again, but I'm not sure. So I think we need to vote, move on, and see what happens as we consolidate the budget. Are there any other hands up? No, I do not see any. Mr. Drake, motion before us.
And we'll start the vote again with Ms. Cruiser, but just to be sure, is the version of this which Roland has shared the very last and valid one? I'm taking that for a yes.
So currently it is the motion is to increase the education budget by $2,368,784. And that ends up being a $700,000 reduction to the recommended fiscal 21 budget.
That's fine. I was just saying that one version of this that we saw this morning was a 2-page document, and this is a 1. I just want to know if this is the version.
Okay. The second page was only the signatures.
Okay. For this amendment, Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Ms. Hess.
No.
Ms. Crumick.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasiliotis.
Fasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer.
I beg your pardon, yes.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote is 6-6. It does not pass.
Okay.
Can I ask the chair if he's willing to place a tie-breaking vote?
Time out. Let me just check my microphone. I can if you'd like. It would be a no, which would then make the motion fail, but the motion does not pass on a 6-6.
Thank you for that clarification.
Other motions on general government. Mr. Geiger, do we have any?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Wait a second.
We have environmental health.
Okay.
Okay, is it time for me to put this forward? Thank you.
If you would like, I'll put it forward. If you'd like to second it, that's fine.
Okay, this was the amendment I was going to put forward.
Okay.
Do
I have a second?
You want me to state it, or you just?
Ms. Crumick, seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion.
Mr. Mason, I'm sorry. I don't think any of our attendees can see these documents. So may I please just read out the amount that we're asking to restore?
Please do.
Okay, this is in the Department of Health, Environmental Health. We're asking to restore $46,070 cut to the fund at the fiscal 21 recommended budget of $753,209. Now, I'm assuming from your wish to move forward, you don't want me to get into the reasons for this.
It's moved and seconded. It's open for discussion, and you're the proponent, so please continue.
Okay. This amount should not be removed from the Department of Health's budget. We feel that during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's prudent to continue to fund the state or locally mandated municipal environmental program functions. This can include certain sanitation services, overseeing the installation of subsurface sewage disposal systems, carrying out necessary clean water and clean air testing, and issuing licenses to food service establishments. These functions protect residents' health. It's a critical time, and we think that this this funding should be restored to continue these important functions of the town government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crumick. Further discussion? I'm looking for blue hands. Mr. Raymer? No?
No, my hand is down.
I'm sorry. You did have it up though, right?
It was from before, yes.
Oh, okay. I see no further discussion. Before I call the vote, I will just say to Ms. Crumick, Mr. Raymer, I actually sincerely appreciate this motion. During this process, this is one of the departments that I actually have had questions about. How are they doing? How's everything going? Obviously, they're going to be hopefully recipients of some of the federal money coming through the state. But I hear your concern on this, and I have heard that there has been other talk about this department's budget. I can't support this motion at the time, but I think it has merit, and I believe, and I don't want to speak for the director, but I think that they're being very aggressive on applying for some of the grants. And by the way, this department will be another department that will be, and I'm going to ask Peter Menarski, it may be for an opinion here. This is one of the departments that will be filing for replacement or for replenishment of cash for any of the expenses so far on the virus for reimbursement back to their department. Is that true, Peter?
I think Pete stepped out for a minute, but they're one of the departments that are going to get reimbursements.
Okay, thank you. That was just so everybody knows that at least one consideration we had on this thought. Ms. Moriarty has her hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that process. We have in our resolutions, I believe one of them states that any FEMA reimbursements can be allocated to specific line items based on approval by the BET, so that it goes into fund balance or it sits somewhere and then we can reallocate it. We don't have to. It's the BET's judgment. There is not an additional process to that. Is that correct?
I would call on Ms. Feslotis or Ms. Crumick when it comes to the resolutions for their opinion on that.
Yes, I'm sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, Resolution 12 says the controller is authorized to accept FEMA proceeds, and the controller is able to add it to the appropriate fund accounts.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that okay, Ms. Moriarty?
I thought that there is also another resolution that applies.
The only other resolution is the first selectman is authorized to accept, and yes, you're right, correct. And number 9, resolution 9, allows the first selectman to apply for and accept grants from FEMA, and the grants shall become appropriations to the appropriate accounts upon approval by the Board of Estimate and Taxation. So there are 2 possible ways of distributing those funds.
Seems like they overlap. I'm not overly concerned at the moment about that, but we may want to address that.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other hands up?
Can I make one other comment?
Please,
Sorry.
please.
This particular motion is going to be followed by a motion on restoring the funds for human services. These 2 departments certainly see the most vulnerable citizens in our community, and probably will share a workload there. And so it is one of 2 amendments that talk about addressing the needs from the virus in a budgetary way. Thank you.
Can I just also, just for the public, I know that the public can see these documents, Beth, so I just wanted to correct that that statement. What you see on the screen is what the public can see as well. So just so everybody's aware of that.
We do have a number of people calling in on a phone and they can't see it.
Right. And also just to add to that, all of this becomes part of our minutes. So, okay, further discussion on this item. Okay, Mr. Drake.
On this item for the Department of Health, restoring $46,070. Ms. Cruiser?
Sorry, I thought you were starting the other way. Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crummey,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Bastiodis,
Bastiodis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote is 6-6. It does not pass.
Okay. Are there any other, I'd like to do a break. I would like to know if there are, let's do the next motion if we can before we take a break.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to restore $70,719 cut to the Fund of Adult and Family Services in the Department of Human Services at the recommended budget of $1,965,620.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Cruiser. Moved. Ms.
Okay.
Ms. Cruiser, Ms. Crumick, you're up.
We don't feel there should be a reduction in this line item. It's important to support the efforts of the Department of Human Services staff during this time when an extraordinary number of residents are impacted by COVID-19 and are seeking assistance from the town. The department is charged with providing services to adults and families by helping them obtain shelter, food, access to healthcare services, educational and employment opportunities, and personal safety. We feel that the DHS must have sufficient personnel to assist residents with essential services to ensure their physical needs are addressed in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see any other hands up? I see none. Mr. Drake?
On this $70,719 amendment, Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Bastiodis,
Bastiodis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote was 6-6. The motion fails.
Okay. Any other amendments under general government?
Mr. Mason, I
Yes.
have one on tag.
Okay.
Should I wait for
No,
Mr.
no.
to get it up on the
It's
screen?
there.
Okay,
Yeah, I
there we
wanna-
go. We're making a motion to restore $2,000 cut to the fund at the recommended budget level of $279,000. This is for the Transportation Association of Greenwich. We don't feel that this cut should be made to the TAG budget. They've worked hard to balance their budget. And during this time of a COVID-19 pandemic, TAG is proven to be an essential service to the town of Greenwich. Anyone who's been watching their Facebook knows that TAG drivers, vans, and volunteers deliver hundreds of bags of grocery daily to homebound seniors and disabled residents in our town. Hundreds of families receive hot breakfasts daily through transportation of meals by TAG. The food delivery service is just one of several ways TAG supports the community during this healthcare crisis. TAG also provides transportation to seniors and disabled residents by helping them during the year get to where they need to go. That could be to receive treatments at hospitals, attend doctor's appointments, complete physical therapy, even when they are dependent on wheelchairs or walkers, because their vans make that possible for them to get where they need to go. So we feel that this is for $2,000, we should put that back into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Drake, I see your hand.
This is a small amount, but I'm going to vote for this restoration. TAG is doing an extraordinary job of directly helping those who need it, and there are plenty, by delivering food. You know, Mr. Miller, who runs it these days, just described for me, they immediately reoriented their activity when they weren't transporting humans to be transporting food. And that is just an excellent piece of work. It deserves our respect. So I'm going to be voting for this motion.
Do I see any other hands? Before I call for the vote, I'd like to make a quick comment on that. So all the conversations about transparency and everything else, I didn't see this motion until this morning, and it immediately came to me a conversation with TAG leadership. As you know, the school system had an interesting dialogue with the busing company. Mr. O'Keefe over there has done a wonderful job, and what's happened is the busing company was helping the schools deliver their meals, which they're required to do under their programs, and they're doing a wonderful job. And the TAG, when the busing company laid off all their staff, they had administrators doing that in the shorter buses, helping the Board of Ed deliver the meals. And then on short notice, the Board of Ed got notice that the busing company wasn't going to do that. TAG, we've known the conversations we've had, them immediately stepped up and worked in partnership with the Board of Ed. And it's not the dollar amount here, but I do think that, things like this is where I will have to say, I wish I had this earlier to consider, but I will support this. Further, no hands. Mr. Drake?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fastliotis,
Leotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote was unanimous. The motion passes.
Thank you. Further on general government, any other motions that we know of?
There are 3 motions, just so you know. Roland has them coming up. One is on DPW, one is on the town attorney, the law department, and one
School lunch.
on the other funds, the school lunch fund.
Okay. Would everybody like to take a recess till 11:30?
Well, it's 11:24 now.
11:32. Pick a time, Mr. Weisbrod.
It's 11:32.
All right. So, Craig, can you pause the tape and put up a motion that we're at a quick recess?
Yeah. If everyone can turn off their cameras, I'll take over the screen.
The only thing we can hear is David Weisbrod's cockatiel.
I'll mute them all.
No, it's all fine.
I see Mr. Raymer's back. I see people coming back, but I think Mr. Jones is going to have to redo the screen there.
Roland,
Yes.
I sent you an email when you have a minute.
I did, and I responded back to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Does the host have to restart my video? There we go.
I think you have to do it. There you go.
I think we did it. Thank you, Mike.
Rummet coming back. Do we have everybody?
Karen is not yet at her desk.
Okay. See, because right now you're seeing, I think, Craig's screenshot. And he's depicting on who's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm not sure Deborah's back either.
Mike, what are you seeing? You shouldn't see me.
No, I just see your name now, but I've got, there's something taking over the center of the screen where I don't see all the participants. I only see it on the top bar.
Go to the top and hit gallery view. You're in
Yeah,
speaker
you need to,
view.
you
There
need
we
to
go.
change the-
There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Is everybody back? Let me take a look here. I think everyone's back, so I'm going to.
Is Deborah back?
I can't see Deborah. Let's just wait a sec. She'll show up.
If I remember correctly, I'm going to be calling on Roland for the next motion in the order the proponents would like.
Roland, that would be the DPW motion.
Now we have Deborah. So I think we're all aboard.
Okay, Mr. Geiger, on you. You've got the wrong screen share up, Roland. That look like it? That looks like it.
Mr. Chair, this is Laura Erickson. Can I make the motion?
Please.
So this is a motion to essentially restore DPW to the fiscal year 2020 funding levels, but excluding the waste disposal department 321. The intent here is to fund the departments at the prior year fiscal budget, but in this case, we're removing the waste disposal department because they are already impacted by what's currently in the budget is pay as you throw. Depending on the actions of the RTM, it could be either tipping fee or pay as you throw, but we felt it would be prudent to take the waste disposal out of this calculation. So this is just the math to restore 335, 395 of the $501,128 cut.
Okay, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Raymer. Ms. Erickson, do you have a further discussion on it?
I really don't. It's short and
Okay.
sweet.
I know, and by the way, we talked about this earlier. I'm going to call on Mr. Geiger to try to get me to understand this. I'm not disagreeing with the intent if it's the right thing we're doing. Mr. Geiger?
The budget for waste disposal, just in the 200s, is up $300,000 because of the change in pay to throw. So if we put it back to the way it was, we would have $300,000 of additional haulage money expenses, so to speak, that would come out of the budget.
If it helps at all to clarify, this is in line with the recommendation that came out of the first selectman's office.
So, Roland, does this, in keeping with the sense of the budget's returning to 20, is this needed or not needed?
And I guess if we look at this, we're going to have higher disposal costs.
No, that's not my question. My question is, we understand the first selectman's budget, and by the way, I may need help here. The first selectman's budget came to us with a reduction in expenses for municipal solid waste. And it came to us with a revenue, and we'll get to revenue later, I'm sure. It came to us with a revenue number based off an anticipated program with a certain amount of revenue coming in. So my feeling is if we restore to the 2020 level, we're putting back actually in that motion monies that would be available for the commissioner to pay for municipal solid waste, because what we're saying is whatever program goes, we don't think our municipal solid waste is going to go down, or we're not sure of it anyway. And so by going back to the 20 motion, we're actually putting the money already back into the budget.
I think the difference is the increased cost to haul away our recyclables. Remember, that was almost a freebie. They were almost paying us for that, and now we have to pay to get rid of it.
Okay.
So the increase in the fiscal 21 budget for account 321 was 5.4%. So by reducing waste disposal back to fiscal 20 levels, it's a significant reduction. And the thought is there is, going to be a significant change in the way Holly Hill conducts its business, whether it be tipping or pay as you throw, and that it just did not make sense to restore to fiscal 20 given that situation.
Ms. Hess's hands up. I'm sorry. I forgot to look at the hands. Please excuse me. Ms. Hess?
So I just think that you can't look at this expenditure in isolation without looking at a total, what's in the budget now related to pay as you throw versus moving to tipping. There would be a shift between revenues and expenses, and I think the net number is basically flat. So I would just suggest that I think what you were suggesting earlier, Mr. Mason, was that we would just leave the budget as is, because from the budgetary perspective, revenues and expenditures were pretty much neutral, whether it's pay as you throw or tipping, albeit it'll be different between revenues and expenditures. So I don't think you can do this adjustment without adjusting all of the other potential line items.
Well, I would just say, again, since we are doing this sort of on a formulaic basis without much direct input from the departments, my concern is that, the proposal that's in there now increased recycling at a lower cost of disposal, $65 per ton, and reduced municipal solid waste, which is at about 108, I think going to 112 next year. And now what we're saying is we're not going to have that reduction in municipal solid waste. It's going to increase from the current year, and it's going to increase from 108 to $112 a ton, if I have those figures correctly. So again, without having the direct input from the department, we're flying blind a little bit, but this one made us particularly nervous because of the changes proposed to the way our residents dispose of their waste.
And I will say this is one of the anomalies in our budget with the whole pay to throw, pay to tip, or pay to throw, or the tipping fee, and nothing to do with the things we're talking about. We just, and I don't know what the RTM is going to approve. Miss Moriarty.
I'm not sure this is helpful or not, but there is a chart that shows the different budget assumptions of pay-as-you-throw versus tipping as it affects expenses, which could help explain these numbers. And I think what the motion is trying to do is to not penalize the DPW budget going into the year for this waste disposal cost, which is going to be a subject of an ordinance and action outside of their expectations. So if their waste costs are increasing, I don't think you're expecting them to cut other expenses within their department to match that increase. So the 335 was the number we had gotten from the First Selectman's office. You had gotten it as well, as far as how much money they need to keep into their budget to keep the waste issue neutral.
So the follow-up would be, when we get to the, it's related to this, I'm sorry to drift, but when we get to the revenue, the number that's in revenues right now for the anticipated fees that would come in, that number would stay the same?
Yes.
Yeah, we're working on the assumption that the tipping and the pay as you go is roughly the same. Very small difference between the two, revenue wise, net budgetary impact. And this is really, as Leslie just said, recognizing that there's going to be a change, but there's also going to be an increase in the cost of disposing MSW, and we shouldn't expect the department to make up that increased cost in other areas of their budget.
Further discussion. Ms. Hess has her hand up again.
I don't believe that the revenues are staying the same under tipping versus pay-as-you-throw. I think that there's a shift of money going between revenue and expenditures when you move from pay-as-you-throw to tipping. And so I don't believe that you can just increase one side of it without increasing the other side, so that you have the net impact. The net impact that I have from the sheet that our first selectman gave during budget committee shows what I have is a net number of $58,000 going from pay-as-you-throw to tipping. Again, it's net of an increase in revenue and an increase in expense. So you can't increase one without the other.
I see Ms. Moriarty's hands up again.
Yeah, just to follow on that, I guess the other way to look at it is that if tipping fees are approved and greater revenue is received, the DPW is going to need to increase their budget by some percentage of that revenue to offset increased costs. This particular line item, while I think it would make sense to make the change now, can probably be deferred for future action. It would require BET and RTM action to increase on an interim appropriation, but because their waste disposal expense is going to be what it's going to be.
I would propose that we hold off on this. We wait to see the RTM. If tipping fees are approved, then we can think about whether or not we need to give DPW an incremental appropriation that will be offset by incremental fees revenue. But right now, I believe the budget in the aggregate, be it pay-as-you-throw or tipping, is for the most part neutral, net neutral.
Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington? She had her hand up.
Leslie, you need to unmute.
Sorry, I've unmuted myself. Ms. Hess is correct. It's more or less neutral, but there will be shifts. I think once the RTM approves whatever they're going to do in terms of their support for one alternative or another, likely tipping fees, this may be something that we will need to put on the budget committee agenda, then send to the full BET to make sure that this is properly addressed. once all the approvals are in. So fully prepared for that. But at this point, I think it's complicated to say that this alternative needs to be changed without changing the pieces and without knowing exactly what we're going to. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkin. Ms. Erickson.
Actually, I think waiting to see what the RTM, how they act, is perfectly reasonable, and I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that, but I think we as a BET, this is going to be an important motion that we keep track of, because obviously with everything else going on, we've had lots of dialogue on what this was going to affect for DPW, and it's under no control of the DPW. They don't have control. They didn't know where this was going, and I'm very sympathetic to that. Okay.
And that's certainly the intent of the motion. So
I understand. I understand. I just I think conversations, and Ms. Moriarty could probably jump in. I always had a thought that there was going to be a $50,000 difference one way or the other in the math. I can't remember which way it was, and that's how I always kind of thought about it. Okay, moving on to the next motion.
It may be the school lunch fund.
Okay.
I'll make that motion. The school lunch fund was a fund that was formed at the request of the BET when the net negative, the shortfall, the deficit at the administration of school lunch was approaching just under $600,000. I'm sure those who've been on the board for a while recall that. In the time since then, it's been squeezed downward. In the completed year, fiscal year 19, it was 347. For the current year, it looks to be targeting more in the low 200s, although we really don't know. COVID has had a big effect upon that because they ceased, of course, to be serving meals to kids at school. And instead of that, they've been serving more meals and doing it differently, assembling bags, which are being sent out for delivery. I'm not quite sure of the process, but I think they're delivered out through certain localities around town. 4 of them, I thought it was. I would like not to intrude upon that process. What's being sought here is to have the budget roll back to what the budget was for the prior year, fiscal year 19. With kudos to the recently departed director of that department, John Hopkins, and to the new acting director, David Nanarello, I would ask that the body reconsider this cut, and we'll find out as we move forward what their operating costs are under COVID. And frankly, none of us know whether or not this process will lap in any way into the new school year. So we have some unknowns there as well. It's not a good time to be intruding on the funding of that particular small department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rammer. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
It requires a second.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's Ms. Grummick.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Grummick. Thank you so much. Further discussion? Raise your hands. Scrolling through. I don't see anyone's hands up. Anyone who's co-host need to speak? Okay. I have a question. You know, this item exemplifies everything we're talking about. If schools aren't allowed to return, Mr. Raymer had a statement about they're serving more meals than normal. I was to understand that they're not feeding all of the children. They're feeding the ones that they're required to by statute and program. So that's just my sort of question that I may have to him.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I know the answer to it, Mr. Chairman, because I don't have the data. I thought I understood that rather than just distributing lunches to the people on free and reduced lunch, that they were now preparing and distributing a breakfast and lunch, but maybe I'm mistaken about that. In any event, I don't have an accurate data point for you.
Okay. Ms. Moriarty has her hand up.
Yes, right now the schools are offering lunches for all kids under 18, they're also offering breakfast. So they are increasing their service there, and they're not getting the revenue. That's this year, this budget. So there is an open question on whether they can fall within their expense level in this year's budget, and hopefully their financial managers have looked at that. But putting pressure on their budget going into next year when the same level of service may still be required is probably not a good idea.
Okay, that's an important clarification. Any other hands up? Just be patient with me. Okay, I don't see it. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
Yes, this is on the school lunch fund amendment. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
Pass for the moment.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Vasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
So returning to Mr. Mason, this item has 6 positive votes so far.
I'm going to go no on this for the moment.
Right, then this item, the vote is 6-6 and it does not pass.
I think there's one more motion on these items.
Yes, if
It's up on the screen. May I speak to it, Mr. Chairman?
would you please get that moved in second, and I will call you on discussion if you like.
This is not a budget item of increase or restoration. It's completely budget neutral. You see it before you. I'm taking the $950,000, which has been appropriated, and I'm dividing it between 2 sub-accounts. I'll speak to it in a second if you like, if it's seconded.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion. Beth Crumick.
Seconded by Ms. Crumick. Mr. Raymer, please.
So we have a new arrangement with the town attorney structure, and we've moved to a new specific town attorney. Previously, we were carrying this item on the budget at a single sum of $950,000, and the fees being paid to the town attorney, as opposed to fees being paid to other outside attorneys, was a relatively static figure. With the new arrangement, there are some of the items that were previously being handled in-house on salary or by the town attorney himself at the static sums. They didn't affect the amount of the budget. And that's changed now in that some of the work that was being done in-house or by the town attorney is now being referred to outside counsel. Most particularly, I'm focusing on 7 tax appeals, which have been referred to the firm of Cohen and Wolf, which was the former firm of Attorney Marino, our new town attorney. It is an experiment. It's an experiment for him too. He said quite openly that he wants to see how these sums go from the standpoint of whether or not he thinks it's appropriate or not appropriate to fill a vacancy on the town attorney's staff. And so I'm seeking to separate these items so that he has a clarity, so that we too have a clarity of what of these outside professional attorney fees, what of them are being paid on matters that are referred to outside counsel, and which of them are being incurred on things which we view as being handled, quote, by the town attorney or others that he retains to assist in executing his town attorney task. What I'm seeking here is a clarity, a transparency for his benefit and for ours too, so we can track how this experiment goes. It is budget neutral.
Discussion? Mr. Raymer, to you, I'd like to ask a question. You're looking, if we look at the 2 line items that you're talking about, right below your word split,
yes.
Split line item, they're both in the Department 140, Law Department, we understand that. they're both expense accounts. That's the 5. And we know that one's in 140, the other's in 141. There is no difference in that. The department head may allocate within that major object code as they see fit. So are you asking for a different reporting? Or I don't understand the difference. If it's in the 100 major object code, it's completely discretionary for the appointing authority, department head, whatever you want to call it, to allocate accordingly.
Well, I mean, by the way, first of all, it should be said parenthetically here that the budget director, Roland Geiger, may assign different numerics to it. This was a suggestion I was making to him, but Roland will determine how it works best for him. No, I'm hoping or assuming that as fees are coming in that are being paid to Attorney Marino's firm or to a firm such as Cohen and Wolf, to whom he refers matters as part of the execution of his task as town attorney, that they would be grouped under one coding. And when bills are coming in for fees that have been incurred for the handling of matters as outside counsel, such as we do when there's a conflict of interest or when we need the specialized service, sometimes in school law or sometimes in personal injury cases and the like, that those would go under the 410 account. And that by maintaining a track and munis on those separately, we'll be able to see how that was working. Mind you, that exactly as you say, if there's an overrun in one account within that major object code and a short run on another, the department head, Attorney Marino, has the ability to flow sums back and forth to make his budget work. I don't challenge that in any way. This is only intended to make it possible for him and for us to track where fees are being incurred so that we can understand the operation of that department. Am I answering your question, Mr. Chairman?
I thank you. I think you're answering it, but if I may, Mr. Geiger, is this how we didn't do this with the previous town attorney?
I thought we had actually approved this at the budget committee level. And if you look at your recommended budget, I've already split it out. I thought we had approved it, but apparently
according
not.
to my notes, maybe my notes are incorrect. This change at the budget committee received a 2-2 vote, and so the change was not instituted. Maybe my notes are incorrect.
No, I agree with Mr. Raymer on that one. It was not passed at the budget
I
committee.
inadvertently already split it here.
Well, I do thank you for that, Roland, but we ought to do this formally.
Roland, did we do that with the previous town attorney contract?
We did not. I probably just thought this way because we were splitting out the other Nathaniel Witherall piece. We put that into two lines.
Okay, I get it. Okay, Ms. Tarkington had her hand up next.
Yes, to me, this is really rather trite. It did not pass the budget committee. I'm voting no. And I think that this is information that either the law committee can request when they work with the town attorney on his budget for the department. And it's also information that the budget committee can request, probably likely at budget committee time, but I do not believe it needs a breakout like this. I will be voting no.
Mike, can I speak, or is there another hand up?
No, I don't have another hand up, please.
As the current law committee chair, also, I do not support this. I agree with Ms. Tarkington. If we want, we review the law committee budget, and I anticipate doing that on a quarterly basis. And we certainly can ask for the information and get a list of things. We every month do get a running list of, or at least we ask the question with respect to outside counsel on the various litigation matters. I think this is something that's available to us without having to micromanage.
Further discussion? Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
I'm going to call this Law Department Accounting. Ms. Cruiser?
Yes.
Please say that again.
Sorry, yes.
That was yes, sorry. Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fastliotis,
Vasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote was 6-6. The motion did not pass.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drake. Continuing on, roll under general government. Is there another motion?
I think that's it.
Okay. Okay. Well, as we know, we will probably be revisiting that. That moves us on to capital. And I'm just giving Mr. Geiger a chance to change the document. And let me scroll down on my document that I have. Capital as recommended from the Budget Committee, covering general government, fire, police, DPW, fleet, external entities, schools, libraries, parks and rec, our bond ban anticipation, cost, total capital moved was $72,962,000 even. I'll move that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion motion, or I'm sorry, motions on capital. I just want to open this up for everybody viewing. I am positively impressed the work everybody had put in to try to come up with ideas on the capital. Obviously, we all have maybe a view on some of the projects having more merit than others, but I don't think it was done on that. I think it was done simply in reaction to the budget. You can correct me if I'm misstating anything you're thinking. I think it was a positive effort, and I think we have here at least 3, maybe 4 motions, three that I'm aware of, maybe 4. In normal fashion, I would move a motion and dispose of that and then entertain the next motions. I may change and call different motions on some of the smaller motions separately as a request that I had, and we can discuss that. So, Ms. Fastliotis, I'll call on you. Is there would you like to?
I move the motion that's before you to reduce the capital expenditures by 24,701,000 and the items that are listed in the proposed resolution.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion. Ms. Fastliotis, would you like to? I mean, I think I gave an overview, but Ms. Fastliotis should have.
Well, again, we had discussions at our BET budget workshop, and as Mr. Weisbrod indicated earlier, remarkably, we were in agreement with these projects. We both approached it independently, and we came up with this common list. So really appreciate the work that both sides of the table put in on this, and I think that the items speak for themselves.
I'm so sorry I muted myself. Ms. Moriarty is the first hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I agree that this is the list that we talked about, the projects that we all thought can be deferred to lessen the pressure on the financial budget. I just want a point of clarification. There are 4 items on this list that some of our members just want to talk about, maybe reconsider. So process-wise, we'll take an action on this motion, but then there, I guess, will be 4 motions to talk about specific line items. Alternatively, Mr. Chair, do you want us to raise those now to discuss them at this time?
If members just want to discuss something, I would say now would be the time. But if there is going to be a motion to reconsider, like you say, the 4 items, we could do it that way too. I'm flexible. We're trying to make, keeping progress going here. I'm flexible. If it's just a discussion, now would be the time. If it's actually going to be a motion to modify a number or to reinstate something, I think it would be after we dispose this motion.
Well, I do think that the discussion then lends itself to potential change in action. So just maybe to do it one time. I can highlight which items they are, but then maybe we
have them raise their hand. I'll call it, or you could do it.
Just as for everybody, for the 12 of us, just as a way to keep it clear, do we want to pass this item and then come back to any 4 changes after this one gets voted? How do you want to do it? That would be clear.
If a member's going to push to reinstate, because this item we call the complete defer list, Roland calls it the capital, all agree, and I think we all owe the town administrator and first selectman accolades for jumping in on this and being part of this too. So I'm whatever way you would like to do it, Ms. Moriarty. If you want to dispose of this and then entertain 4 motions to reinstate, I can do that.
It probably saves more time for us to act on this and then individually identify each item as we put in a motion just to be able to talk about it.
Fair enough and well taken. Further discussion on the motion as presented. Mr. Raymer.
So I don't know if this is an item that you want to entertain afterward or whether or not it's in the nature of an amendment. The logic, as I understand it, the way it's articulated, is to defer items in light of the impact of the COVID virus on national and local economies. We have an alternative that I'd like to propose, and that is, instead of elimination of these items, we could also, or instead rather, condition these items and bring them back before the BET at some point during the course of the year. I'm thinking September, when we'll have a better understanding of the impact of coronavirus on local and national economies, and may wish to be able to consider 1 or more of these items without having to wait for the next fiscal year. Treat that, please, if you would, as a motion to amend.
Okay,
if you wish to entertain that now.
I would entertain that after this motion is dealt with. I would say the answer to that is a little bit more of it's a different conversation in the fact that I think if you were doing that, I suspect what you would be saying is you would like to appropriate, subject to release, commit financing towards these items, whether it be borrowing or cash. I think that if this motion failed, your motion would be absolutely come right into play. Or you could ask, you could do a motion to reconsider that these items be appropriated, funded in the normal fashion, how they're funded, with a subject to release. I think the only difference, the only concern I have with that would be that subject to release would give the BET the full discretion to bring these back. And I tend to think that our colleagues on a representative town meeting might not be interested in us having that $24 million discretion. I think they're looking for what's in, what's out, what are we funding, what are we not funding. But that's just, I don't want to speak for them, but I feel that concern.
So do you want me to speak to that after this motion's been decided?
Yes, I will entertain a motion from you if you would like.
Okay, that's fine.
I see no hands. No hands. Okay, Mr. Drake.
Let's call this the capital all agree tab. Roland, would you do us a favor and just scroll up, please? That amount up above, what do we want it to say? 24,701, right?
Yes.
Okay, so on this $24,701,000 amendment, let's start at the other end. Ms. Erickson.
I just need a clarification. So whether or not this item passes or does not pass, we're still planning to revisit 4 items. Is that correct?
We can visit as many as you would like. That's the modification
Okay.
to our operating rules for the meeting.
Thank you. With that caveat, I vote yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
I vote yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That vote was 11-1. The amendment passes.
Okay. I'm gonna call on Ms. Moriarty tell me what you would like to do now. Would you like me to call on individual members for these motions, or would you like me to dispense with Mr. Raymer's motion first?
Sorry, I was muted. Let's debate Mr. Raymer's approach first.
Mr. Raymer, your motion. Please put it in a motion form and let's get a second and have the discussion.
Thank you. I would move that there be a change in the motion just decided, that in lieu of elimination of the items on that list, that those items be approved but conditioned upon the for the release of funds to be conditioned upon a review of the items in light of the economic conditions, both nationally and locally, for release by the BET in its discretion.
Okay, do I have a second? I do not have a second.
I'll second. Laura Erickson seconds.
Seconded by Laura Erickson. Mr. Raymer, discussion?
I think it's been fairly fully discussed. All I'm trying to achieve here is that instead of condemning all of these projects to a minimum of the full year of delay for their reconsideration during the budget process next spring, were they to be passed, they could be on a one-by-one basis implemented if by serendipity the coronavirus lifts some of its burden on us within the upcoming year. On those items that are bonded, there may be in my hypothetical a bonding resolution, but there would be no sale of bonds to fund these items. They're not ready for funding. And so too on the few of them which are covered by cash, that expenditure of cash would be conditioned on release by the Board of Estimate.
Okay, further discussion? Mr. Drake, can you call for the vote?
Sure. Ms. Erickson. So this is Mr. Raymer's motion, which you seconded.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
No.
I am a no. Mr. Mason.
No.
Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington, you're very mute.
Leslie, unmute, please.
No.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Kremick.
No.
Ms. Hess.
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item vote was 1-11. It does not pass.
Okay, if I'm remembering where we were, I'm expecting motions to reinstate. If I'm using the wrong statement, let me know. Can you go back, Roland, to that one? The list we were just on, Roland. I have indications that there'll be motions to consider reinstatement of some of these items.
So the four, if I may speak, Mr. Chair, the four items that will come back for discussion is Highway Maintenance Program Eversource, Glenville Road corridor improvements, food services, equipment upgrades, and the Western Middle School field remediation. I don't know what order, Roland, you have the specific motions if you want to put them up.
I think there was also reconsideration of highways to Sound Beach Bridge replacement.
That's not on this list. It was moved to the other list. There were some changes from what we had before.
Ms. Moriarty, a question from the chair. Are you asking for a reinstatement of those 4 items as one combined motion, or would you like them considered separately?
No, I think we should discuss them individually, if that's okay.
Okay, please pick the first one you'd like to move.
So we'll start just in order on this list. Goes to Highway Maintenance Program Eversource, and Mr. Raymer, you had that motion?
Yes, you be aware that Eversource has undertaken and now is committed to do the repaving process that ties into the project that's underway and will be shortly, I hope shortly, completed. The town wishes to do certain curbing, sidewalks, and more particularly drainage facilities in conjunction with that. Eversource is not going to wait with its repaving process for us to have funding and do that work. So if we don't have the funding for it, if we don't have the go-ahead for it, Eversource will do its repaving without the town doing its curbing, sidewalks, and more particularly drainage process. And I don't think that's in the town's interest. I think it's rather in the town's interest for the town to fund the project and do the work that's being required.
Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this. I do not see any hands going up. Oh, Ms. Moriarty.
All right. I just want to go back. I do want to pull out the page in my capital book for this. This, just to clarify, this is not a reduction of the project in its entirety. It's a reduction from 500,000 to 250. I am.
That's correct.
Motion correctly. Okay. And
correct.
Okay.
The motion that was passed for everybody is to take the following projects from $1 amount to another dollar amount, sometimes zero, but that's what that motion is. Okay, Ms. Moriarty had a hand up. Any other discussion on this? Mr. Drake, would you call this the, if you would,
Eversource.
Eversource capital project motion to, it's a reduction, right? Motion to reduce.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Ms. Hess. Ms. Hess stepped away. Ms. Crumick, we'll come back to her. Ms. Crumick.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fastiotis.
Leotis, no.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Ms. Erickson.
I'm a yes, and I would just like to add for Roland's benefit, the motions were sent to you at 9:18 this morning, so the specific language you should have if you'd like to put that up instead. Thank you.
And returning to Ms. Hess, so far this vote has 4 yeses and 7 noes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drake.
Wait, did you get my vote?
No, tell me your vote, please, Deborah.
No.
Okay, this item, the vote was 4 in favor, 8 opposed. It does not pass.
Okay.
Can you identify the, I guess, the yes motions, just so we all have notes?
The yes votes were Ms. Cruiser, Ms. Crumick, Mr. Raymer, and Ms. Erickson.
Thank you.
Okay. Who would you like me to call, Ms. Moriarty, for the next one?
So going in order on the list is Glenville Road corridor improvements. And I would like to make the motion to, I guess, modify the reduction from being a complete reduction of $5 million to being a reduction of $4,900,000. So the intent here is to restore $100,000, which would be a little planning money to allow the project to continue to work with residents and its consultants to refine the proposal and move it forward to be ready to be funded when we are able to do so. It is my understanding from communications this morning that that 100,000 would be reimbursable as part of what we would get from the state on this particular project. That motion is supported by the department itself does see the need for some additional work. If you look at our open capital appropriations, they have completely used up the appropriations which have been given to this project to date.
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion, please, hands. Ms. Crumick, I see your hand up.
Yes, this is one area where we certainly have heard from some of the residents in that area. There certainly needs to be some improvement to the traffic patterns, so I'm going to support the restoration of this money for planning.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Deuce, did you have your hand up? No.
No.
Okay.
I just a quick note. I think we've also received many emails from people who are opposed to this project and would like more public discussion before any more planning or monies are spent.
Anyone else for this? Okay, Mr. Drake.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe I got lost in my clerk papers here. Is this an item we've reduced the big sum, and the question is restoring the small sum of 100,000 for planning? Is that where we stand here? Just help me.
That is, if I may answer, Mr. Chair.
Please.
We reduced the entire amount, and they have no appropriation left to work on this project, to utilize consultants or hold planning meetings or hold meetings with the residents. So the proposal here is to add, is to give them $100,000 of that sum, of that total, to give them $100,000 to be able to continue the work on the project and to keep getting it ready to address the residents' needs.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Tarkington?
May I ask a question, you, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Is it the intent that this would have CMAQ funding?
So bear with me with technology. Mr. Michael answered that question or provided that information. And the question is, can we find it in our inboxes with all of the other emails? Okay, here. The information, I'll just read his email that just came in this morning. The project's being federally funded at a total of up to $2 million for design and construction. So this entire 100,000 that's I'm proposing now would be 100% reimbursable and would show the state and federal representatives good faith of maintaining the progress of the project. We would also use this additional time and design funding to determine if the project scope could be minimized or phased to decrease the overall cost of the project while maintaining the intent and need of the method. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Moriarty through the chairman.
Okay. I do not see any more hands. I want to make a comment, but I'm going to ask if my comment's correct. I think the intent here is to put enough of an appropriation there to keep this moving rather than to stop it. Is that the intent?
That's correct. So much work has been done to date. I don't think the intent of removing the funding this year is to show a lack of support. So I think the intent is, as you stated, just to give them some funding to let them proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Krumik?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, I want to ask Ms. Vasiliotis, if by any chance we certainly received a lot about Brookside Drive, which is also part of Glenville area, or at least Glenville Road. And we certainly heard from a number of people that felt that that should be taken off. But I wonder if, because I'm also in District 7, I had people who seemed very supportive of this project on the part of Glenville Road that gets into Riversville and Pemberwick. So I'm just curious.
I'm not confusing the two.
Okay.
I did hear from some constituents in Glenville who are opposed to the project because of potential takings and other things that need to be publicly discussed before the project continues.
Okay. I see no other hands. Mr. Drake, would you call for the vote?
Sure, let's call this the Glenville $100,000 restoration to the budget.
Restore 100, yes.
Let's start with Ms. Erickson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
No.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Ms. Crumick.
Yes.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That vote was 10-2. The item passes.
Okay, moving on, Mr. Geiger, next motion, or I'm sorry, not Mr. Geiger, Ms. Moriarty, the
Sorry
next.
about that. I believe he may have the next one. It's the food services equipment upgrades.
Okay,
While he's putting that up, the motion that has already passed is to reduce, to take that project out of the budget. So Mr. Raymer.
I think this is my motion, and you will recall that a proposal was presented by the school board, modified to $175,000. It would be funds with which they would explore the best solution for having not disposable wares on the paper plates and plastic cutlery by which they're serving food in the schools, but rather to move to stainless steel and stainless sporks and the like, which they would then have with a dishwashing process. In the longer run, depending on which option was picked, it actually saves the town some money. As I've laid out in the paragraph that I wrote there, the precise option hasn't yet been determined, and so the funding would be conditioned upon the school board coming back to us with a designation of the option that they're picking and the dollar value on the particular alternative, so we would understand better at that point what are the savings and what are the capital costs and how long it takes to amortize those capital costs. So I'm seeking restoration of that $175 sum.
do I have a second? Did I get a second?
Ms. Cruiser seconds.
Thank you so much. Discussion? Okay. I would, this is a very unique, Ms. Cruiser, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little delayed on being able to do that. I just, when we were talking about looking long-term as to areas where the Board of Ed can possibly be a little bit more efficient, I do applaud this Food Services Committee for trying to think of a way that that we can actually save money over the long term. And also it's sort of a win-win scenario when you look at it from an environmental standpoint. So these are precisely the kinds of projects that we are hinting that the Board of Ed needs to be doing to be helping the bottom line. So it would be a shame to give them this indication now that, you know, when they're doing that, we should stop them from doing that. So I'm going to support this motion.
Okay. Ms. Hess, you had your hand next.
Yes. I support the project and moving forward. What I grapple with here is there is a disconnect between what the committee wants to do, Board of Ed has put forward. And I just am also just very concerned that with everything that the Board of Ed has on their plate right now, in terms of the priority in being able to get this done. So I support the concept. I'm just not sure right now is the time that we should be doing this. We don't want time. So I'm honestly struggling with this one. I do think ultimately this is where we want to go. I just don't know if we're there right now in terms of if this is the right time, and especially because I don't think there's alignment between the Board of Ed and the committee.
Do I see any other hands up? I'd like to make a comment on this. This is a very unique capital project. This is one that I can't say was in previous budgets deferred or anything like that. I as a liaison of the Board of Ed, I think I listen at the meetings. This is what schools can do this or what schools can't. The options that the Board of Ed had with the centralized tray washing, and then I wasn't really sure I understood what the initial cost would lead to in the initial program, and that didn't bother me so much. And now I sit here and I'm saying to myself, are we going to go back to a washable tray after and I don't have the answers to this. I don't have the answers to this. This item is running into budgetary. It's running into virus and health issue. I don't know what the Board of Ed would even be thinking on this now. I'm sure they would be with the same questions we have. So at the moment, I don't think, even though it may be removed from the budget, it may not. It will come back to us, I think, with more answers in its natural fashion. Mr. Drake.
So let's call this the food services equipment $175,000 item. We'll start with Ms. Cruiser, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hess.
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Crumick.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Tarkenton. Leslie, I think you need to unmute yourself and vote, please. This is the food services item to add capital.
Tarkington, no.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasliotis. Ms. Fasliotis. We'll come back to Ms. Fasliotis. Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
So.
Ms. Vasiliotis was a no. Somebody kept muting me and then unmuting me.
It's okay. Thank you, Karen. This vote was 3 in favor, 8 opposed, and 1 abstaining. It did not pass.
Okay. Next motion, please.
Western Middle Field, Western Middle School Field, is it?
Yes, it is.
This is more, I think, an issue of a diplomacy. This is an item that would be bonded. Candidly, we're in a holding, I'm sorry, it's a motion to restore to the budget $8,500 for the remediation at Western Middlefield. Maybe I should not speak to it until it's been seconded.
I would think you would want to modify your motion to 8.5 million.
What did I say?
8,500.
Yeah, well, better 8.5 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second that motion. Discussion, Mr. Raymer.
It is more a question of, frankly, of a diplomacy in our relationship with the families on the western side of town that sometimes feel that they are not paid proper attention to. We're all very mindful of the fact that there have been no functional fields at Western Middle School for a very long time. It was commented to us, I assume accurately, that they have graduating classes now coming out of Western Middle School that have never had a usable playing field at the school during the period of time that they were at that school. and that's kind of a pity. It's not our fault. We're holding in this pattern, waiting for the appropriate approvals from the DEP and the EPA. So there, mechanically, or in dollar sense, of dollars actually expended, there's not much difference between whether or not this item is deleted and considered again in the budget next year, or whether it's approved and sits in the holding pattern for what will probably be the remainder of this year before these approvals come out. I would rather have seen us have it in the budget and not funded under a condition that holds the funds back until the EPA approvals are obtained, as just some reassurance to the families on the western side of town that we love them dearly and we're very serious about this program, and that in fact we really would be devoting the funds to do the remediation as soon as the DEP and the EPA give us the approvals. And that's the reason why I would have preferred to not delete this item from the budget.
Discussion on the item, please.
Can I just also just make a comment since I can't raise my hand? Oh, I'm sorry, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair for a question for Mr. Raymer. So are you putting a condition on this expenditure?
I mean, I actually don't think that's necessary in the sense that we would be expending the funds as soon as the approvals come. If you'd be more comfortable with a condition that makes that explicit, I should certainly have no objection. We're taking conditions up, I believe, a little later on in the process, but I would be completely open to it.
Thank Mr. Deuce, are you done?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I think this is a multi-step process and there are sufficient funds in the upcoming budget to take the next steps with the EPA and the DEP to complete and get approval for the voluntary remedial action plan. Clearly, if the town should be so fortunate that all's approved and that the plan is approved and steps can be moved forward, this is something that clearly I think all would support as an interim. At this point in time, I do not support adding this, but we have to remember there are funds available for all the interim steps and testing and so forth, and not supporting this particular amendment does not mean that the town isn't going full steam ahead to complete this project at its earliest. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty, followed by Mr. Drake.
Yeah, I just want to say, clearly I support this project. It needs to move ahead as quickly as possible. I do get I have some confidence that this board would approve the appropriation as soon as it comes to us with the approval from the state and with funding that they may need for planning. I think for the purposes of this budget, it will be easier for the RTM and the public to understand the capital project level and what's being committed to in this year in this budget if that 8.5 million is not included. So while I'm going to vote against this motion, it has no relationship to my support of the budget.
Thank you. Mr. Drake.
Everybody wants this project to go forward. I sure do. Let's just put the pressure on the state to do their part so that it can get done. I'm not voting for this motion, but let's get this project done.
Wow, Mr. Drake just spoke for me. I agree. Nothing further to add. I mean, we're hoping we have field 6 and 7 approval this year. Hopefully, we're thinking next spring. Hopefully, fields 2, 3, 4 at the high school, and some other projects we're doing for remediation this year. And then obviously waiting for the state on this. So I don't think there's any question that these are projects that are on the highest priority list. It's just we don't get to decide when we are going to have the authority to do them. That's the state's decision. So I would think I think it's important the public understand that, but I think we're all supportive of getting all of our fields back in service and running well. I see no other hands. Mr. Drake. I'm sorry, Miss Fascilotis.
No, I just wanted to echo the sentiments from both sides of the aisle. I think that nobody here will be voting against any type of appropriation when and if the time is correct. But the EPA and the DEP work slowly, and we need to realize that right now the approval is in their hands.
Let's call this the Western Middle School $8,500,000 item. Ms. Erickson,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Weiss,
Sorry, I'm a no.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis,
No.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
No.
Ms. Tarkenton,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item failed 111.
Okay, moving on. Next item.
We don't have a list, any other motions on this particular list of capital.
Okay. Thank you. Can we go back to the pre-submitted list, Mr. Geiger? I think it's the next one, right? Okay. Just to try to keep today moving, I'll move this item. Again, you can see the reasoning up that this is where we, as a group, had discussed we might not have found agreement on. So I'd like to move the following projects. I'd like to move them as a single bill, but if you would like, I can call them off individually at the discretion of whatever the board would like.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, so consider this motion moved and seconded.
Mr. Mason, before we continue, because I'm hoping you can withdraw that motion, or just so you know, when we had discussed the procedures for this meeting, you indicated that you would go through each item individually and take individual votes on the items. So we don't have motions prepared in writing for these. They're all but 3 of them are subject to discussion by us. So I would suggest you take them up one by one.
Okay, so conservation, number 172, object code 904, project number 20208, climate change, 100,000. There's a motion before us to reduce that from 100 to 0. Discussion. I'm not gonna call for an individual vote until I have something that's telling me that they're not supporting something.
Laura, I think you were gonna speak.
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't.
My dog is, sorry. So on the anticipation that this item was going to be cut as part of an omnibus motion, I did draft a motion, and there are several of these to revisit. But I would like this money to stay in the budget. The Conservation Commission, there is a study underway currently to review the infrastructure changes that may be needed as a result of rising sea levels and storm surges. That study should be completed by the end of this year. Leaving some money in the budget will allow them to do some planning and perhaps start implementing some of the recommendations from that study. And I think given the fact that the climate is expected to change and we need to be ready for it, we need to be prepared, we should leave this $100,000 in. I think it's money well spent.
Thank you. Further discussion? Well, Ms. Erickson had her hand up. Let me just, Laura, she just.
Oh, that was it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Mr. Weisbrod.
I wanted to add to Ms. Erickson's comments. I attended a presentation by the group that's doing this study at when they went to the Audubon Center, and looking at some of the predictions for what challenges the town is going to face is pretty amazing. I mean, Greenwich Point is pretty much totally underwater in a certain number of years. So I think to be this is one of those projects we need to continue to move forward. The studying is going to take a long time. Coming up with acceptable solutions is going to take a long time. And so I believe we need to keep this project moving forward, and I would want to keep this money in the budget.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Moyer, further discussion? Roland, one question for Mr. Geiger. Roland, the money we've been giving to the same account has all unspent, correct, sitting there?
I would have to look at that.
Okay. We'll pause while that. Purpose of my question is I believe there's this amount available currently that has been previously appropriated.
Looking at the chart that Roland sent us, Mr. Chair, there's $151 available.
Right, yeah.
No, but they have 145,000 encumbered over 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Thank you. Further discussion on this item? Ms. Moore, you have your hand up, but I think you've. Mr. Weisbrod.
Yeah, just to seek some clarification. If that, what was it, 145,000 is encumbered, that means, just clarification from someone who knows this better than I do. Does that mean that that money is indeed appropriated and available and is going to be utilized? And if so, if that's the case, then what was the submission for the incremental 100 that we approved at the Budget Committee?
The answer to that is that money is appropriated and a department can encumber it, meaning that they've made a commitment to any portion thereof of an appropriation. Therefore, that gives them permission to encumber it.
The second part, if that's, when you say any portion, it could be, $5,000 of it is but regardless,
correct.
If they had, so that we don't really know how much of it is truly available, but B, I assume maybe that not much of it is still available. Otherwise, they wouldn't have submitted a $100,000 request, which our esteemed Budget Committee approved.
Correct, but the answer is it's both scenarios. They may have $5 of that committed and encumbered the remaining balance. That's just how our system works. Further discussion, Ms. Erickson?
Yeah, my understanding is that the money is encumbered and it's being spent as we speak on the studies that are underway and the reports that are to be expected to be completed by the end of the year. And I think it's just a timing issue. So I think they need this additional money to actually start working on implementation of certain recommendations that come out of those reports.
Okay. Further discussion? Mr. Gray, Ms. Tarkington?
Yeah, I just, want to point out that our reports show that only $4,444 has actually been spent. And it would be interesting to know whether these kind of projects are actually continuing in today's environment. So I just want to comment, it's only $4,000 spent.
Thank you. That answers Mr. Weisbrod's question. Further discussion? Mr. Drake, would you call?
We'll call this the climate change item, and a yes vote is a vote to eliminate this item from the capital budget.
No. Before us is moved the item.
It's a motion to restore.
It's a motion to restore. So if you want to restore it, you vote yes. If you don't, you vote no.
Thank you.
Except we haven't voted
No,
on
no,
this
no,
motion.
no. We haven't voted to delete yet.
Exactly.
That's right. Had we taken up the whole 10 million
Yeah.
eight, then it would be the
Right.
reverse.
You're right. We're acting on each of these individually, so it would be a motion. The motion before us is to
Delete.
delete. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so like I said the first time, I think a vote yes
Mr. Chairman,
is a vote. Go ahead, Ms. Crumick.
you've all confused me. Are we voting on the whole list?
No,
Deletion of them or just climate change, restoration?
Just climate change, and it's a motion to delete. So a yes deletes and a no does not.
We're taking each of these individually, Beth, instead of as a group.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
yep, so we'll call this the climate change item. A yes vote is a vote to delete the item, right, everybody? Okay, let's start with Ms. Erickson. Ms. Erickson,
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
sorry about that. Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Fasliotis,
Oops, no.
no, meaning not eliminated.
I'm sorry. Yes, sorry.
That's okay, take a moment.
Motion to delete, yes.
Yeah, you take a moment. A yes vote deletes the item.
Motion, yes. Motion to delete, yes.
Thank you, Karen. I also am a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Tarkington, yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item is 6-6. And in the present state, it would not pass. The reduction would not pass.
So I will exercise the tie-breaking vote, and I will vote yes again.
Okay, so that vote is 7-6, and the item is passed, which is a reduction.
Okay. Next item, I'd like to move police to Department 213, 20216, building camera upgrade and replacement, $42,000.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion. I see no hands up. Am I to assume that there is no?
That is correct. There's no opposite.
Okay. So
No,
by
no.
unanimous,
No,
by
no,
unanimous consent.
That's not correct.
That's not correct. That's not correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Miriam, would you like to speak to this item? This is your motion.
Actually, no, my motion is the next one. Sorry, Laura. The
Oh.
UPS system.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No, I don't think there's any opposition to this one.
So if
So
there is,
I'm going to, hearing that, I'm going to say by unanimous consent, that item is passed 12-0. Okay, moving on. Police 213-925, 20219, replacement of Universal Power System, $36,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Tarkett. The discussion on the item. Please raise your hands if you have it. Otherwise, I'm going to consider this item has nothing against it.
No.
Miriam's got her hand up, Mike.
I have my hand up.
I do not see the hand up. Oh, now I do. Okay, Ms. Cruiser, I'm sorry.
No worries. I'd like to propose that we vote no on this reduction. It's really case of risk mitigation for the town. This is the battery system that regulates the power and provides continuous service to core public safety systems. And the consequences of the failure of this critical system, I believe, weigh out well the small cost. And it's important to ensure that the replacement is done well within the time, recommended time frame. So I think risk reward here is poor. So I would urge everyone to say no to this reduction.
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, is there a second to this motion?
Yes, it was by Ms. Tarkington.
Thank.
Okay. And by the way, Ms. Crumick, that would be a point of order if you have a question like that. Okay, real quick on this battery backup system, the batteries are good for they have a 4-year life. They're dated. They have at least one more year on the date on the current batteries that are there for that system. Further discussion? Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
This again is, we'll call it the UPS system, and a yes vote eliminates the capital item. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess, we'll come back to Ms.
Sorry,
Hess.
yes, sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That item has passed 7-5.
Okay, moving on. Engineering Division, Department 302, Project 20220, Stormwater Program Compliance, $150,000. I'll move that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion on the item? Am I hearing no discussion on this item?
No, I'm sorry.
Ms. Crumick, you have your hand up.
Yes, I think this is one that we ought to reconsider in part because stormwater is a serious problem tied into the tides and tied into the climate changes that are going on. And I'm concerned that even at 150,000, that we should be very careful that we protect the continuing work to keep us in compliance with the stormwater program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramey. Your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that before the budget committee, this item had come to us at $400,000 and we had reduced it to 150 after consultation with the DPW. So it is already a reduced item. The vote was 4-0 at the budget committee.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, I just want to add that this project reduction was not on the list recommended by the first selectman. We know from all the discussions we have with DPW that there's a significant amount of work that's required to maintain the town's permit for managing the stormwater system. And while they're carrying a balance, we adjusted for that in the budget committee. So I think that we don't want to cut the funds here.
Thank you. I see do I see any further hands? Anybody who's a co-host up? Ms. Tarkington?
Yeah, I'd like to add that there's substantial available budget for this stormwater program compliance and the master planning. And it is something like $700,000. So it appears there's sufficient funding that programs could be continued, and this can be deferred. Clearly, we all want the program to continue, but with $700,000 already available, it appears that this may not be something that will be gotten to over the next year.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. Further discussion? Mr. Drake, would you call the vote? The vote in favor is to reduce to 150,000. A vote no is to not reduce to 150,000.
Ms. Erickson, please.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item is passed 7-5.
Thank you for that, Mr. Drake. I would vote on that. Next item we have is Highway Division, 312, Project 20234, Pembroke Road Wall, $400,000. I'll move that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion on the item. I see Ms. Erickson's hands up.
Yes, I'd like to propose we minimize the reduction from 400,000 to 300,000, thereby keeping 100,000 in the account. This has been a long-standing project to repair retaining wall and guardrails, which is a safety and security issue. On portions of this road, there's a steep vertical drop-off to the Byram River channel, and I just think it's prudent to give them a quarter of what they're asking for to continue this work on this retaining wall.
I will amend my motion from 400 down to the reduction from 400 to 300. Ms. Tarkington, will you resecond that?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The motion has been revisited thanks to conversation from Ms. Erickson. Further discussion.
I would just like to, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, I would just like to point out here that there's currently about $400,000 in the budget. And obviously this, the reduction in this motion here would allow substantial moving forward on the project.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. Is there further discussion on Ms. Moriarty? Do you have your hand up again?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to support the change that was just made. The documentation we got in our capital budget book says that the estimates that they had are based on actual bids, and we all want this work to continue for safety reason. The 100,000 remaining in the appropriation would also align with the information the first selectman gave us. Thank you.
First of all, let me just add to everybody, we're trying to move a meeting along. We're trying to get things done. We're not revisiting the budget committee meetings. We have a motion on the table, not based on the merits of the program or anything. Ms. Erickson's comments were directly saying, look, I understand what you're trying to do. I'd like to do this for the following reason. I would like us to keep doing this. So Roland, you need to change that 400 to 300. Do I have any further discussion on the item? If not, I'm going to ask, is this a 12-0 vote? Anybody who would like it, need to do a roll call vote, signify by saying aye. That item is carried, 12-0. Next project is Highway Department 312, Project 20235, Sound Beach Avenue Bridge Replacement. The motion is to reduce it by $3.5 million. I'll move that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion on the item.
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
I would oppose the removal of that. I would, first of all, I hope people received from me day before yesterday, I think it was day before yesterday, my distribution of a question and answer 4-page sheet from the engineering department, James Michael, in which he responds to many of the questions. This is an item in which the construction cost, the $3,500,000, is fully reimbursed by the state. The town does incur the design costs, most of which has already been done and spent in the current budget. So for the upcoming year, this is budget neutral. It was surely a controversial item when it was raised, was it a year ago or 2 years ago? I lost track of time, in which they were redesigning the traffic circle. They were raising the road alongside the Perrott Library and making engineering changes in the traffic patterns, also moving sidewalk, and it also then called for the destruction, I believe, of 2 trees. I believe Mr. Drake has quite a bit of familiarity with it. I think he served on that committee. This program, this project is different. It does raise the bridge to get a conduit under it by 2.5 feet. And that does taper 50 feet in each direction, but the taper does not address the traffic circle. The tapering is finished before the traffic circle. There's no movement, no change in the positioning of the sidewalk, no change in the traffic, no change in the traffic circle, no change in anything outside the Perrott Library. The wall, that's the stone wall that's there now, will be replicated with a wall of the same character and size. It's a failing bridge, a 100-year-old bridge. If it actually failed, we'd have a mess, because this is the principal artery into Old Greenwich. I'd like to see this item not deleted. the most important to say the thing I said first, I'm going to say last. It does not call for 1 penny of construction money to be expended by the town.
Okay, further discussion on that? Ms. Erickson had her hand up.
Yes, I just want to add that I know some residents expressed some concern about this item because they have not seen revised plans and they were concerned about the scope. This was addressed by our DPW team. They are planning to hold a virtual webinar, I believe in the early part of May. They also will take questions in writing from constituents and will answer them. So I believe they are trying to be responsive to the residents' concerns. And just to reiterate, this is a state reimbursable project. It's been around, I believe, since 2012. And at some point, we're either going to drop off their list and go to the back of the queue. And going back to my earlier statement about rising sea levels and storm surges, this is a delicate area and an arterial road in and out of Old Greenwich. So I think it's essential we raise this bridge and fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deuce, followed by Ms. Cruiser. And by the way, nobody's getting a break for lunch until this page is finished. Keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall from last year, planning and zoning passed on giving it MI status, albeit it included the raising of the traffic circle. I don't understand why this project, as proposed, doesn't also require MI approval, given it's also being raised 2.5 feet. And I just would like to go a little more slowly on this and really understand whether or not the planning and zoning will get back involved here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cruiser, followed by Mr. Drake.
Yes, I would just like to mention that just on the back of what Ms. Erickson said is that the DPW is going to have a session and the RTM gets another crack at this post the session in early June. So if the public is still not content, they can make their voices heard at the RTM, and it gives us a little bit more time from a point to take away a project that doesn't, that may have some state funding. It seems for us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Drake, followed by Ms. Erickson, Mr. Raymer, Ms. Moriarty.
This bridge needs to get fixed. And what the neighbors want, it's public discussion, and this appropriation will get that done too. Please pass this appropriation.
Okay, let me lower Mr. Drake's hand and get to Ms. Erickson, followed by Mr. Raymer, Ms. Moriarty, Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Drake. Oh, no, okay.
Am I next? Sorry.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to say that the 2.5 raise is not a DPW requirement. It's actually a FEMA requirement. Thank you.
Okay, let me lower that hand, and that brings me to Mr. Raymer. Again,
just in response to Mr. Dewis's question, we don't normally get MI approval for bridge replacements. This project has been reduced down to a simple bridge replacement. It did require MI as it was originally presented because it was a significant change in the traffic circle. It was changing the number of lanes and positioning of roads. It was moving sidewalk, etc. I think it was appropriate for it to go to MI at that point. But this is just simply a bridge replacement. And again, we don't do MI approvals on simple bridge replacements.
Thank you, Ms. Moriarty. You're next.
Yes. I can't recall if it was highlighted, but the construction funding for this project is to be provided under this state. It's been an approved project by the state. If we delay further, we continue to risk that funding won't come through. I think by keeping it in the queue, this project needs to be fixed, and there's processes in place to address residents' concerns.
Thank you. I see no further discussion.
Okay, we'll call this a sound bridge item. A yes vote eliminates it. I will start with Ms. Cruiser.
No.
Ms. Hess.
Yeah, yes.
Ms. Krummick.
No.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That item fails. The reduction fails 5-7.
Okay, next item, Highway Division, Department 312, Project 20241, CMAC Arch Street Improvements. The motion is to reduce by $3 million. And I'll move the item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, may I just, on this last vote, Mr. Drake, did you vote yes or no? Because I'm just doing my own.
I voted no. In other words, leaving the project to go forward.
Correct. And the vote is reported 5-7-0, and that is correct. Back to the CMAC Arch Street Improvement, $3 million. There's a motion before you to reduce to 0.
Second.
It's been seconded. I am not seeing any discussion here. Ms. Moriarty's hand's up.
Sorry, you're moving faster than I can click on raise hand and unmute. So sorry about that.
Well, that's just going to be the way the afternoon goes.
All right, this project certainly has been kicking around for a long time. It got held up quite for several years based on our issues in trying to negotiate an agreement with state over the liability clauses. That's finally resolved. I believe it is ready to move forward to implement the safety hazard caused by cars backing up on 95. Although not in the current environment, I recognize that, but normally is a tremendous safety hazard, and that travels onto our roads. We had a fatal accident at that intersection. I don't want to see this project held up any longer. So I would like to keep this project in the budget, and I ask you to support that.
Further discussion on the item? Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
We'll call this the Arch Street CMAC item. A vote yes eliminates the item from the budget. We'll start with Ms. Erickson.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, yes.
Sorry. Back up a second just so I get it right. What did you vote, Mr. Raymer?
Mr. Reddy didn't speak before, but he's voting no.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, yes.
Just yes to the reduction. I'm going to abstain for the moment. Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Crumick.
No.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
And I'm going to vote yes. That item becomes 6-6.
And I will break the tie yes.
Which means it's eliminated.
Yes. Moving on. Building Construction Maintenance Division, Department 345, Project 20249, Senior Center Interior Upgrade, $450,000. A motion to reduce has been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Erickson.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Crumick if she has her hand up.
She does not, that I could see.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion that we fund this project in full. This has been a multi-phase project that's been going on, I think, since 2013. We are at the point where we're moving the kitchen and the dining room, I believe, to the other side of the floor. The kitchen, we heard from Al Manelli during the budget day that there's some issues with the grease trap, and there's some critical fixes that need to be done in the kitchen. We know not when the seniors will be able to be back in their facility, but I can think of a no better time than perhaps to accelerate this construction work so that when we are able to open, they have a modern kitchen and a dining room that perhaps will now be able to accommodate physical distancing if that's the new normal going forward. So I would urge that we not delete 450.
Further discussion. I would just have to add a point of clarification for the public that may listen. We cannot accelerate the project. These funds become available July 1, and we have no control on accelerating and saying this project goes before another. As much as I may support what you're trying to say, just so the public understands, we don't have that authority. This $450,000 may be committed July 1. It may be committed June 29th next year. So I just want to make sure. Ms. Erickson, you have your hand up again, or is that Ms. Crumick? Ms. Crumick?
Yes, I think the concern is that we don't want to slow down this particular project. Our seniors, it's important to them to have a place that they can go to. This is part of a long-term project, and I don't see in this situation a need to slow it down. I understand there may be bench points when they have to wait for appropriation, but I would like to see this particular project continue to support the seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. You had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe there's about $780,000 of available budget for this project already that hasn't been spent. So obviously, some substantial work can continue without these funds. And obviously I want the senior center to have good interiors, but it looks like there's availability without this. Thank you.
Moriarty?
I just want to point out that our expectations for capital when we approve a certain dollar amount is that it focuses on the scope being presented to us. So the scope for the existing appropriations are for other reconfigures of the senior space. This was the first appropriation to address actually moving the kitchen. And so I think without this appropriation, they cannot start on that phase of work.
Thank you, Ms. Moriarty. Further discussion on the item?
I would just like to point out that, interior construction of our public buildings have been delayed because of the coronavirus. So, we're pushing back projects that normally would have been either ongoing or possibly even completed by now. The reopening of buildings will be phased in. So I don't really see any downside to delaying this.
Further discussion? I just want to make a comment. I understand and agree with what Ms. Vassilotis is saying. There's another underlying conversation this BET is going to have. I just want to deviate for a second. We typically go to market in January, and the controller decides what projects at that point in time are ready or going to need cash, I should say. Let's make it that way. And I think that discussion this year, as part of this whole economic situation, will be a different conversation than, say, in the last 3, 4, 5 years. Just as a footnote, keep that in mind. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
We'll call this the senior center item. We'll start with Ms. Cruiser.
No.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Ms. Crumick.
No.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Tarkington.
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Pass for a minute.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
Returning to Mr. Mason, the thing so far is 5 to 6.
I understand that. No.
That fails 5 to 7.
Moving on. Building construction maintenance.
Fails.
The building construction maintenance department 345, project 20252, town hall space utilization improvement.
Point of order, I'm sorry. I want to go back to how that last vote was called. The proposal was to cut the project. So the project was not cut 5 to 7, is that?
That is correct. It's right on your screen, by the way, as Roland's looking at the votes. I'll go again. Building construction department 345, project 20252, town hall space utilization. A motion to reduce by 200,000. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'm going to consider that vote 12-0 unless I hear opposition. Ms.
All right.
Moriarty, your hand up.
Sorry, you know what? You're talking faster than I can keep up, so bear with me. This is removing the entire project. The first selectman asked us to reduce only half of it. I went to the information presented to us at the budget committee, which I'm sure everybody looked at. There's 50,000 of remaining work in the DPW area. They have started that work. They're almost complete. And then it was 150 to start a new department. I would suggest that we only delete 150,000 to leave in the amount of money necessary to complete the DPW offices.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to reduce from 200 to 150. Ms. Tarkington, will you second that?
Second.
The motion as amended is before you. Do I have further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, I'm going to consider that $150,000 reduction 12-0 unless I hear otherwise. Thank you. Moving on, schools, 680, project 20287, Julian Curtis expansion / renovation, $2.6 million. There's a motion to reduce that to 0. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion. Ms. Cruiser has her hand up.
I wanted to point out that at the heart of this Julian Curtis project is ADA accessibility, major HVAC upgrades and lighting upgrades. Fully aware that the architect's proposal in front of the Board of Ed last week, now it seems ages ago, last week ran the gamut between small to grand, and that this was put on ice with the Board of Ed, but this funding, this 2.6 million, allows them to work with the architect, get the scope of this project right, and do the ed specs. And it's important because it keeps the execution of this project in order vis-a-vis other similarly slated projects at other town of Greenwich elementary schools. We're going to get a backup if these don't stay in order. So I would ask to reject this cut.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cruiser. Further, Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yeah,
Followed by Mr. Raymer.
this time I was quicker. One of the premises that we're reducing capital is that we're not able to execute what we have on our plate. This project is being done by consultants. They are continuing to work and they're available to us. I think it's critical, as Ms. Cruiser just said, to keep the Board of Ed plans on track. I think there are good questions that need to be addressed, but I think as they move from feasibility to A&E, it's important that they have access to the funds they need. Thank you.
Mr. Raymer, I see your hand next.
Just to identify the projects that are in the queue behind this as being Old Greenwich, on which we've received a lot of correspondence, and then followed by Riverside. There was no cut being proposed by either caucus regarding Old Greenwich, and yet we caused a stutter step, a delay. Old Greenwich moves forward with its feasibility next year. Julian Curtis has already finished its feasibility, although there is the dislocation, the disconnect, I should say, on the ed specs with the Board of Ed. I'd like to support having Julian Curtis be able to continue with its work.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Do I see any other hands? Are there hands for anyone who is a co-host? I do not. Before I call for the vote, I will offer my comments. I want to say serving on the feasibility for Julian Curtis has been very rewarding, very educational. I think we're learning the quality of that building is amazing. I think the Board of Ed's original scope for the project was to upgrade mechanicals, do some renovating, and of course the ADA compliance. That building's ADA compliance score is equal to Old Greenwich. So the question remains, and Mr. Raymer brought up the point that we are not postponing the Old Greenwich feasibility, and I support not reducing that. I think what's happened here, and I think we've seen it before, and let's call it what it is. I think the presentations you've seen, you heard Board of Ed members the other night, rightly so. I'm proud of them. They all said, look, what the architect's feasibility work so far is geared towards a project that I'm not sure the Board of Ed had in mind. It's a complete renovation, replacement, addition in several locations. There's 5 different options. I think there's a lot more that feasibility group is going to have to revisit on this. Again, understanding the situation and the situation we're in, if this project is ready mid-year, there is a potential that we could revisit that. But I do not believe that this project is ready to go for full architectural engineering yet. And I think the Board of Ed is revisiting the ed specs, and I think we were all in the meeting the other night. So that's why I'm supporting this deferment at this point. Further discussion. Mr. Drake. Ms. Moriarty, of course. So let me get that hand down there. Ms. Moriarty.
I just want to raise the other option of appropriating the funds and conditioning them upon review of the feasibility study or a review of the ed specs. I think we've done that in some prior school projects.
That is an option. I will entertain a motion after we dissolve of the motion before us. Okay.
Let's call this the Julian Curtis item. A vote yes is a vote to eliminate the item from this year's budget. Let's start with Ms. Erickson.
Point of order.
Ms. Krummick, your point of order.
Mr. Chairman, would you ask Ms. Moriarty to repeat her comment, please?
I can, even though her comment. Okay.
I think it qualifies what we're voting on. I just want to be careful that I understand it.
Let me see if I can make it clear. Ms. Moriarty's idea would be in a separate motion to restore this item with a condition subject to release, the conclusion of the feasibility work. If I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think that's the intent of her conversation.
It was suggested as an alternate way to go.
Correct. Okay.
Or the alternative is if this motion fails, to place a condition on it and let it go forward with the condition.
Okay. With that said, Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
Yes, a vote yes is a vote to eliminate the item. Ms. Erickson.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
No.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, yes.
Drake, yes. Mason.
Yes.
Parkington.
Yes.
Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Krummick.
No.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
That item is 6-6 for the moment.
You didn't mention Cruiser.
You forgot me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was waiting for another vote.
So sorry, Miriam.
No.
Okay, I'm very sorry. Thanks for catching.
And I will make that motion 7-6.
So that motion passes, the reduction passes.
I'm going to step out of order to Ms. Moriarty to make her motion. I'm going to consider it a motion to reinstate Julian Curtis with the addition of a condition, a subject to release condition, if I'm understanding your motion correctly, Ms. Moriarty?
Yes, I'd be happy to make that motion.
And that's seconded by Ms. Erickson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, discussion, Ms. Moriarty?
The concept here is that we appropriate the project in the budget, so it's in there for RTM consideration. It's there in our bonding authorization. We put a condition on the funds subject to the BET's review and approval of the educational specifications, which comes after the completion of the feasibility work.
I will also make a ruling that if this motion passes, it would supersede the last motion. Mr. Raymer, do you have a challenge with that in any way?
I do not.
Thank you. Discussion, further discussion? Okay. Ms. Moriarty, I have to say, I'll just make a comment if you would like to defer the vote on this to a little later. I'm not prepared to support your motion, nor can I say I'm to not support it. So I think several of us may be in the same thought pattern here.
If you need more time, we can defer it till later on in the budget meeting.
Do I have opposition to that? That is actually a suspending of the rules to move the consideration of this item to a later point in the meeting.
I do not support that motion. I believe we should just take a vote and dispense of this now. I think there's been enough discussion on this. I can't support it.
Okay, further discussion? Being that I have opposition, I don't want to do a roll call vote because that would need 2/3 to pass. Mr. Drake, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. I, for one, support coming back to this in the next hour or two. Hopefully, one.
Okay. Mr. Drake, I'm going to lower your hand. Further discussion?
I'm fine with deferring it. Is anybody else, when you have a screen up front, I have a trouble trying to find the raise the hand. So I don't know if it's just me, but
Click on participants and my screen.
yeah, it won't let me click on. Oh, okay.
My
Yeah.
participants, it's lower right.
Yeah. So I'm okay with deferring this to later.
Okay. I have one against. I guess I have to put it to it's a motion to suspend the rules to postpone the vote on this item to a later point in our meeting. Please don't let me forget it, by the way. All those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules, please signify. Please, Mr. Drake, can you do a roll call vote?
Sure. This is a vote to suspend the rules and allow us to take this item up later. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, no.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item passes 8-4, and it sounds like 2/3.
Thank
Wait, is
you.
it 9-3?
9-3, I think, wasn't it?
9-3. I have 9-3.
Thank you. You're all correct. Thanks for helping me.
Okay.
No problem.
I would say my suggestion is at the last bit of capital, we revisit this item. And please, I would accept anybody's help. Don't let me forget. Next item, Parks and Rec Playground, Division 822, Project 20314, Field Master Plan Design and Implement, $350,000.
Second.
Motion to reduce, seconded by, thank you. Seconded by Ms. Tarkenton. Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you. I'm going to quote the chair, if he does not mind, during our Western discussion. The quote was, "We all want fields back in service and running well." We have here an opportunity to commit to some capital to an ongoing issue that we hear from our residents, which is the poor state of our playing fields. I've reached out to the head of our Parks and Recs department. He tells me that the field study is only delayed by 1 month. The deliverable is coming in July, and he would use this money to improve drainage and water systems, which will improve playability and promote better grass turf. So where I stand, imagine these children finally being able to play in our fields. We have a rainy season, and then they're not on them once again after being cooped up in their homes for this entire COVID period. We have an opportunity to do something. I think we need to move forward on this. We've had years, decades of complaints, and now is not the time to stop this ball from rolling. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Ms. Cruiser said it very well. I mean, we've sat through public hearings and speaker after speaker after speaker, year after year after year, have been excoriating us on the condition of the fields. We spent $75,000 last year, or in the current year that we're in right now is a better way to say it, to start the process. I don't know why we'd interrupt it. It's not a very large sum of money.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Further discussion on the item? I would only comment, this original item came from last term's budget committee with all the conversations on fields. And I know we're not done with conversations on field. We're still, as a community, wrestling at what age youngsters we would want to put on synthetic versus grass. And I understand that. I'm likely to support not reducing this because I do think this is the #1 priority in the town. And since this has begun, to learn that the director of Parks and Rec has not really hit a big delay on this with the virus is actually encouraging. That was one of the questions that I did ask too, so I will throw that in there. Mr. Drake, I see no other hands. Will you call a roll call vote?
Yes, we'll call this the Field Master Plan a yes vote. A yes vote eliminates the item. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess, Ms. Hess,
Pass her, come back to her, please.
No.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no, convinced by Mrs. Cruiser. Fasliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That item, the reduction fails 2-10.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Rec Beaches, Division 833. We need to buy sand for the beach. Project 20326, sand replacement, $70,000. A motion to delete the 70,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Tarkin. Discussion. I'm seeing no discussion. I'm assuming that everybody's in favor of this item.
Or hungry.
I'm hearing nothing. That item is 12-0. Okay, that tab is done. Okay, everyone, it is 1:38. Tell me how long you'd like as a break.
Till 2 p.m., no later.
2 p.m. it is. Everybody has to turn off their camera and a microphone, and Craig will put up a note on this. See everybody at 2.